Good morning. I'll call the June 26, 2023 council meeting to order. Do we have anybody here for open mic? Nope. Looking for an adoption of the agenda, and we've got a few items to add. Councillor Nielsen, anything for you?
No, sorry.
Okay, nope, that's okay. So new business 15D will be the addition of seconding Grand Prairie's resolution on receiving provincial funding for the MFR program. 15E will be the city's portion to FCSS will increase due to the provincial funding increase. And 15F will be bringing back our budgeting policy so that the CAO can manage that instead of it coming back in front of council. Anything further? Looking to adopt the agenda as amended. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. And consent agenda, I would like to pull 6C, Council Action Tax Summary. And we can put that as 10E. Under staff reports. Looking to move the remaining consent agenda items. Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. 8A, delegations from the Wetaskiwin District Association for Community Services.
There's a switch on.
Councillor Blatz moved it
Towards you on the top.
It's understandable. I usually miss
I
it.
only have one item, so it's off. Thank you. Is it on?
What's that?
Is it on?
It's on. You're good.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Gandam and Council. My name is Marilyn Connor, and I'm the Executive Director of Wetaskiwin and District Association for Community Service, and this is Leslie Wilson, the owner of Transcom Service. Today, we are representing the Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition that was recently formed to address the potential transition of accessible transportation services in Wetaskiwin. A transportation coalition which has representatives from CSS, WDACS, Horizon Center, and Wetaskiwin Transcom Service has been meeting several times per month since the end of March. We have also benefited from representation and input from the Good Samaritan, Good Shepherd Home, the Bethany Group, Seasons Retirement Community in Wetaskiwin, and Sagebrush. From the time of the city's press release to the end of May, much work has been initiated to create viable options for the delivery of essential transportation services in Wetaskiwin. In late February, we were advised of the City Council's decision and called a meeting with the General Manager in mid-March. We met on March 22nd with the city representatives and made a FOIP request at the end of March. In April and May, presentations were made by CSS, WDACS, and Horizon Center. Concurrently, our coalition has been working towards creating a new not-for-profit to manage the operations of the community transportation service. History would suggest it's a challenging service to deliver on several fronts. On the one hand, it's a costly service to run and run well. On the other hand, many of the citizens who access the service are on a fixed and limited income, and without the service would be impacted socially, medically, and financially if they could not access the community in which they live. The question before us is, how do we provide a quality service while keeping the user costs at a level that can be met? In other words, we were tasked with creating a business solution with these opposing challenges in mind. Our coalition has been working steadily to create an NFP society to assume specialized transportation services in Wetaskiwin. We are not aware of any other Alberta municipalities that do not either operate a specialized transportation service or provide annual grants for the operation. Member organizations on this coalition serve some of our community's most vulnerable citizens. Citizens who've called Wetaskiwin their home for decades. The loss of specialized transportation in Wetaskiwin will have a serious isolation effect. Many individuals who are in both electric and manual wheelchairs will be institutionalized in their homes and may be unable to access any of their community services, including medical, personal appointments, work, volunteer, and recreational opportunities, to name a few. If citizens who need specialized transportation due to no fault of their own cannot access their programs, we stand to lose upwards of $65,000 per month, $800,000 per year in direct care staffing and supervision. The sustainability of the longest running organization serving people with disabilities in the community would be in jeopardy. Furthermore, more than 4,000 volunteer hours per year are given back to this community. This too would be in jeopardy. There's also an impact to our seniors. From a medical perspective, appointments cannot be attended, diagnostic testing cannot be accessed, and hospital admissions have been delayed with limited transportation services. What will happen with no access? What happens if a hospital discharge happens and there's no transportation? Isolation brings with it depression of our already disabled seniors, which can lead to further health issues. Already, there are seniors in our community who are actively looking for another accessible community. Our Transportation Coalition will continue with its work directed at completing all requirements for submission to Alberta Corporate Registry for registration and incorporation of a new NFP. This leads us to sharing our short-term objectives. Our coalition is proposing that WDACS with Transcom service will deliver accessible transportation services until the new NFP is established. It is acknowledged that WDACS is not in the business of transportation, but with the expertise and support of Transcom service, we believe we can address service needs while the NFP is being created. A wide range of options were explored by this coalition. The most viable solution is the one we're putting forward to you today. Work by this group has been ongoing for many weeks to create a new NFP in our community. The purpose of the new organization will be to provide transportation to individuals with disabilities and seniors, including folks with physical, cognitive, or medical needs. We are essentially reviving the Wetaskiwin Community Transportation Society, WCTS. Our coalition has initiated the formal society registration process with the province, and all necessary paperwork has been filed. Our specific ask to you, Mayor Gandam, and Council is this. Number one, that Council directs administration to transfer the 3 vehicles in service to WDACS. Upon incorporation of the new NFP, WDACS is committed to then transferring these same assets to the NFP charged with operating specialized transportation services in Wetaskiwin. Number 2, Council agrees to provide bridge funding in the amount of $200,000 to WDACS for this service to continue in the short term. Funding will cover insurance, fuel, maintenance, and staffing costs. Alternatively, we are proposing a number 3. Council extends the transit service termination date from June 30th, 2023 to December 31st, 2023, and then transfers the above named 3 assets to the new formed NFP. To provide some context for our bridge funding request, this financial summary, which is brief, shows the annual operating expenses incurred by the City of Wetaskiwin in the provision of its Wetaskiwin transit services. The numbers were provided by city administration. The annual revenue was stated at $85,000, while the annual operating expenses were $412,000. This resulted in a loss for the city in the amount of $327,000 per year. WDACS has provided services in this community for 59 years. Our board of directors has agreed to operate this service in cooperation with Wetaskiwin Transcom Service while a new NFP is under development. Our transportation coalition supports this short-term strategy. To be clear, none of the organizations on this coalition are positioned to take on this short-term strategy without a transition grant from the city of Wetaskiwin. The numbers here identify this reality. The cost of providing specialized transportation services is high. The cost of not providing these services is higher. Residents are looking to move to accessible communities, and organizational viability is at risk. The loss to this community in employment, volunteerism, and goods and services purchases would be extensive without a transportation system. We are hopeful that Mayor Gandam, you and Council will approve our request for the transfer of the 3 vehicles in service to WDACS and will agree to provide bridge funding necessary for the continuation of this valuable service in our community. I've appreciated working with Paul over the last few months, and we are hopeful we can achieve a win-win outcome for the citizens of Wetaskiwin. Our Transportation Coalition welcomes any questions you may have, and this concludes my comments, Mayor Gandam.
Thank you. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council accepts the presentation of WDACS as information.
Moved by Councillor Aberley.
And a question. So, well, first I just want to say thank you for coming forward, and I know it's been a hard few months for you, and it's good to see the community coming together with solutions. My main question for you is going into the building your nonprofit. And you had mentioned in your presentation that you're essentially reviving the old one. Is that like technically reviving the old one? Are you able to look like reviving it and then maybe become a quicker process for you? Do you know?
So to briefly answer the question, yes, we are reviving it. We've gone through Alberta Corporate Registries, and that process has now been approved. So on paper, it is now approved as an NFP. What we now have to do, we have to have a minimum of 5 board members. We have to redo the bylaws because the bylaws were appropriate for the last organization. So the bylaw review process does take several months.
Yeah.
Our organization, it just took 5 months to review. But the intent then is for our organization, WDACS, to provide the services in the short term so that this community is not disrupted over the next 6 months, and then transfer assets over to the new NFP. I'm not sure if that actually answered your question.
It does, because I know that becoming a brand new nonprofit can take a very long time, and so that's where I was hoping that the reviving is allowing us as a community get to that position quicker.
And actually, we are delighted and surprised at how quick Corporate Registry has been working with us. So, I mean, that piece is essentially out of our hands, but that has happened now. We've just heard word that it will be registered as a not-for-profit. We now, over the next 6 months, will need to get the board members in place and the bylaws up and running. There's work to do behind the scenes.
Of course.
But we're feeling very optimistic about being able to transfer over. If all of this comes to be, our organization would be very excited to get this off of our table, for sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, your request was for $200,000 for the first 6 months. Do you have a business plan of how that monies was arrived at the dollar amount?
I could give you a quick breakdown if would that be helpful?
Sure.
I mean, first of all, what we did do a FOIP request So we were able to access revenue and expenses that the city incurred for maintenance, for fuel, for insurance. Some of that information informed our decision-making. We've also reached out to our insurer to ask about how much that will cost us in insurance costs. Unfortunately, today I only have a limit for $2 million. We need $5 million, so my numbers are still low. But in terms of fuel for 6 months, provided that we are able to have a quick transition turnaround time, $16,000 insurance, and again, this is ballpark, is $8,000 for 6 months, maintenance $18,000, manpower $131,884, and also what we would propose is $20,000 to help with fundraising so that we can actually make this a one-time ask, because I'm assuming you guys are going to ask about that, so that the new NFP can actually operate independently.
So in your business plan going forward, you're not looking for grant funding, the new society, once that occurs come January 1st then? There will not be an ask? Is that sort of the idea?
So what I will say to that, that's a great question, is that from my personal perspective, from Wetaskiwin District Association, where this is a one-time ask, I can't speak for the new NFP because I will not be on the board. So I'm afraid I can't answer that, but our intention is to raise monies because you guys you can't, right? So the nonprofit can. So our intention is to run independently. That's my best non-answer. I apologize for that.
No, that's fine. And then you've also talked about transferring the assets, the 3 vehicles. Is that who, in your business plan, who maintains ownership of those vehicles?
So over the next 6 months, our goal would be that would be Wetaskiwin District Association would have control of those vehicles. So that will come into my organization for revenue and depreciation expenses. And then at end of 6 months, and possibly before then, we would transfer those same assets to the new NFP. And I would also add that if we were able to transfer before the 6 months, and if we didn't use the full amount of grant, if we received that, we would transfer that as well. I mean, that's something we would have to negotiate, but we as an organization don't want to lose any money because of this. We're not positioned to take on a loss for this transportation service.
I understand.
We're also not interested in taking on a profit.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 9, staff reports for information, Wetaskiwin Transit Handi-Van service, end of service update.
Good morning, Council. Purpose of my report today is to provide Council with an update and overview of the activities that our administration has undertaken to eliminate and transition out of the Wetaskiwin Transit Handi-Van service by the end of Q2 2023. As noted by the delegation previously, the City did release a press release on February 23rd that the City was to cease transit Handi-Van services. Prior to the release of that press release on February 23rd, our administration did reach out to agencies that depended on that service to inform them of the change and determine whether they would be interested in further discussions to transition the service away from the City. On March 22nd, administration hosted an information session with all stakeholders in the community that were interested in potentially transitioning the transit system to their own or a coalition of organizations. It was during that meeting where we provided stakeholders with a brief history of the transit service within the City of Wetaskiwin, an overview of Council's decision to transition away from that service, and provide an opportunity for frequently asked questions with stakeholders in the room. We did provide an overview of our City's FOIP process and an overview of Council's decision-making process. in the event that the stakeholders wanted to present to council with an opportunity to transition the transit service. FOIP request was received by our administration on March 29th, processed and submitted back to the group of interested stakeholders on April 25th. Our administration did become aware of a transportation coalition, which is a group of Wetaskiwin community groups that are working together in the interest of transitioning the program on April 20th. We had fielded a number of inquiries on behalf of the coalition and met with a member on May 30th to discuss a potential alternative to transition the transit assets away from the city in the interest of minimizing potential disruption of service to individuals with disabilities that currently rely on the existing transit Handi-Van service within the community. It is our understanding that that coalition was to present here today, and they have done so. We did send a second email out to all interested stakeholders that attended the March 22nd information session to inquire on any other proposals that were potentially being considered by members of the community to transition the service away from the city. And at the time of writing this report and today before you at council, this is the only option that we are aware of. And of course, June 30th, this Friday, is the last day that the City of Wetaskiwin will be in the business of transit Handi-Van service. So financially, administration has been funding the 2023 operation of the Wetaskiwin transit Handi-Van service out of reserves. And as of June 30th, we no longer have funding to continue to provide this service. The end of service for Wetaskiwin transit Handi-Van service has negative implications for those individuals in the community who rely on this service as a result of a disability. If no alternative to transition the service away from the City of Wetaskiwin is identified, administration would formally start to conclude the program, which would include disposal of transit assets. This concludes my presentation, Council, and I can answer any questions you might have.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council receive the report titled Wetaskiwin Transit Handi-Van Service End of Service Updated dated June 26, 2023 as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. Given the timeline and the dates that have been presented here by Paul, and the fact that we're in the process of tabling two motions, how do we move forward to actually make a decision and have discussion on this and bring some sense of closure to it one way or another?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, Council can add agenda items for new business to have this discussed later in the regular council meeting today.
Thank you.
Anything further? Go ahead.
Sorry, question. Through the chair, are we talking potentially about then amending the motion or making a secondary motion?
You would add, when we get to new business, you would
Thank
add
you.
a new business item to
Thank
the
you.
agenda. Yep.
Thank you.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 10A, Enforcement Services Service Level Inventory Final Approval. Welcome, Sergeant. Morning, Mayor and Council.
All right, good morning. I'm presenting the final service level inventory for approval. I'll just basically go over the kind of new updates for this final approval that for your consideration for this is. So currently our new structure now for enforcement services is one CPO sergeant, basically performing administrative and emergency response only, so no more general duty. We currently have one watch clerk performing administrative duties and supporting requests from the CPO sergeant and general duty officers. We have one newly appointed CPO1 as of June 19th that will be performing traffic general duty, which includes responding to calls for service, requests from community members, community engagement, and tasks assigned by the supervisor, and emergency response. And then we have two bylaw officer positions for general duty, with one position currently vacant since January 2023. So basically, regarding when we were ranking the service level again, we did a review from 2016 to 2022. Based on those numbers, we came to the targets that we have within the service level inventory. During that, we actually looked at the average file load for an officer to roughly about 945 files per year per officer, which is quite high. So back to the service level inventory, if you can scroll to that for me on their screen. I'll just go over what I changed since the last time we had it before council. So in the program Public Safety and Community Wellbeing and under the sub-program Public Behaviors, we just moved the trespassing and public intoxication into one, because that's basically the same service. Combine the patrols, so for that we changed the targets to 275 engagement patrols annually, as well as 2 community engagements. The next major update was in the automated traffic enforcement. At this time, it's because we are going to be hiring for that vacant position. We updated deployment hours from 720 up to 1,080 deployment hours. That's just based on adding that position back into our service level inventory. Then in the traffic, we didn't change anything there other than in the commercial vehicle program. We kind of omitted the target of 40 patrols just because you had some questions about and concerns about commercial vehicle enforcement. So basically those are just going to be conducted as general patrols. If they're out there going from one call to the other, they see a commercial vehicle incident, they'll stop that truck and deal with it as they see fit. Nothing changed in emergency response. No changes in our JFOs in there. Then the next major change would be in our property concerns and compliance under the community standards sub-program. So we got that target up to about 745 property files annually. And then same with that, we also will respond to the property complaints within 3 business days. So as long as an officer is available, they'll follow up with that within 3 business days or sooner. And then other than that, there is nothing new that has been added to this as far as any major changes since the last time it was before you. So I'll open it up for questions in regards to the final draft before you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council approve the Enforcement Services Service Level Inventory dated June 26, 2023. And I just have a comment. Through the chair to Trent, 2 things. Was it Thursday that we were, what day? So on the 22nd, I participated in a blanket exercise with Enforcement Services and the RCMP. And I just wanted to comment on how moving and emotional that day was for me to see our enforcement services and our CMP truly taking the exercise in, working together and just going through the emotions and the comments of understanding the challenges that you may face on a daily basis. And so I want to thank you guys for your honesty and integrity in that. And then as the chair of the Canada Day Committee, also huge props to the work you have done to help us with the parade. And I feel that we are very fortunate to have you and your crew with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Trent. Trent, just regarding community standards, does your department patrol alleys?
Currently at this time, we don't proactively patrol them, but if we get a complaint, the officer will look at the property in 360, and then anything in that block they'll action whatever they see. But currently we just don't have the staffing with the current call volumes that we're receiving.
Okay, and do you get any cooperation from reporting from other departments like Public Works or garbage collection or anything when they see unsightly properties or they see garbage or those kinds of things? Do they report to you so that you might be able to assist people in cleaning up their property?
We do receive reports from other departments. That's part of our assistance program.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome, thank you. Any further? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Trent, I also wanted to say that to what Councillor really was talking about for appreciation for you guys. Last weekend, not this past weekend, but the one before, there were 2 parades that ended up happening in our community pretty much at the same time. And your team, as well as the fire department and our CMP, did an incredible job of keeping everybody safe and being really adaptable to changes and really accommodating for everybody, and just kudos to you guys, because it didn't go unseen for a lot of the communities that were having their celebrations. So just wanted to let you know that everybody was really impressed with you guys.
Thank you.
I was going to echo that as well. I don't think that things were maybe as planned out as they could have been, and the way that you guys, your team had pulled it together, made it happen, it didn't matter, was seamless, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Trent. I just want some clarification, if I could, please, Trent. You've indicated that you have admin with no active duty, 1 CPO, and 2 bylaw.
That's correct.
And because the CPO and bylaw have different authorities, how does this configuration impact level of service?
So basically the structure that we're going for is 1 CPO, 1 to 2 bylaw officers, and that's based on hearing from council that priority is community standards. So therefore our bylaw officers will stay mainly on community standards, and then our roles of our public safety side will fall solely on the CPO one and assistance from our CMP. And that's how we're structuring it. So they will divide the service. So technically, to think of better, is the CPO is going to be our public safety patrol side, and our bylaw officers are going to be community standards and animal control.
And is 1 CPO sufficient to deal with the public safety aspect? Or, I'm not trying to lead anything here. I guess what I'm saying is I understand 1 CPO will do what they can. The question I have is the magnitude of public safety bigger than 1 CPO officer in this
Good
community?
question. So we have, Paul and myself have discussed that. So back in August, we're actually going to bring a kind of a report back of our current caseloads, show you where we are, and have some better understanding of how many officers we may need going forward. But right now, we're just doing that analysis to give you that report so you have a better understanding of what our actual workloads are and what they should be to bring it down so that we can proactively deal with the concerns in the community.
Thank you. I'll accept that at this point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item 10B, Community Grant Program Policy Approval.
Good morning, Council. Purpose of this report this morning is for Council to approve the Community Grant Program Policy, formerly known as the Grant and Aid Policy. We are requesting approval of the Community Grant Program Policy. Council did see a draft of this at the March 27th and May 8th regular Council meetings. So with the feedback that was provided from Council, we've incorporated the following changes into the policy procedures and grant and aid applications. Looking through the attachment, additions have been highlighted in yellow, and the deleted items have been redlined. So specific changes from the May 8th, 2023 meeting that were incorporated into the policy includes updating the policy application form and guide from Council approval for funding to administration approval. Added that organizations receiving funding are unable to donate to other organizations not listed on the application. We've removed honorariums and wages as eligible expenses, and we've removed that groups cannot apply for 2 intake periods if they receive funding for 3 consecutive years. We do have 2 motions for you to consider this morning, and because this was a tabled motion. The first motion is to essentially lift this to continue debate. Financially, the community grant program would be based on 0.5% of the previous year's municipal property tax requisition to demonstrate council's willingness to support the community by ensuring the financial stability and financial transparency of the program. We did not identify any legal risk. From a program service perspective, by approving this policy would provide more clearly defined direction along with supporting documents to assist user groups through the application process. We estimate this internal staff time is 2 weeks per intake. Organizationally, council not approving this policy would mean that we would continue following the current policy, which doesn't align as well with the community vision, council strategic plan, or corporate business plan. This concludes my presentation, and I can take any questions council might have.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council lift tabled motion 134/23 from the floor for debate.
We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council approves policy CO-019, cited as the community grant program policy as presented during the June 26, 2023 council meeting.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In reading through, if we look at page 7 of 35 in our documentation, it says eligible expenditures on the left-hand column, leasing or purchasing of equipment for the purpose of retrofits, renovations, or construction. And then underneath the next bullet says fees paid to professionals, technical personnel, consultants, and contractors. Then if we go to page 30 of 35, it says, just a sec, I have it written down, but I'm going to get to the policy.
Sorry, page.
Under ineligible projects and its expenses, it says honoraria and wages for workers, professionals, consultants, contractors, speakers. So we have on page 7, we're saying that we can pay them, but we can't give them honoraria. And then on page 30 of 35, it says ineligible expenses are projects and expenses. So there just seems to be an inconsistency there as to, I think council said we weren't in favor of renovations and things, if I remember correctly, and retrofits. And now, so I'm just a little bit confused as to, it says, I'm sorry, on 4.4, above the yellow lines, projects, activities, I'm sorry, wrong one. The next one, though, for contractors, speakers, and performers. So, Paul, in one we're saying it's okay to pay people, and then on the other one it says it's not okay to give honoraria. So, is it just the way I'm reading it, or am I confused, or... I mean, that's possible all the time, but when I was reading through that, one is eligible on page 7, and on page 30 it says they're ineligible.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, it is possible that that we missed it. So any direction that you might be able to provide to help us finalize this document would be greatly appreciated. And I see the CAO's got her hand up as well. So.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I think too, keeping in mind that the policy and procedure are most important for council to approve, and then anything that might be not correct in the community grant guide would be administrative, so we could easily fix that. So I think so long as the policy is correct, we would just go back administratively and correct that package. So is the first section,
Well,
how you wanted it?
On page 7, maybe I'm incorrect, but I thought that we said anything related to renovations or retrofits or anything like that we didn't feel should be part of a grant, that you can fix up your building or fix the plumbing or get a new door or whatever. I thought, am I incorrect? But
In-
I
in
thought
the
we said
table-
that was an ineligible expense.
Yeah, in the table, it's crossed out in red.
No, in the second, it says,
Yeah, construction materials is crossed out, but the leasing or purchasing of equipment for the purpose of retrofits, renovations, or construction.
right.
Okay, so you want the second one?
But that's my feeling. I don't know about the rest, but to me, if we're allowing, we're having grants to encourage people to come to our community or to provide events so the community can be involved in something. And to me, providing retrofits or renovations or construction,
You can propose an amendment to have that struck. And then
Okay.
have the debate.
all right, I would move, Mr. Mayor, that we amend the proposed bylaw by deleting leasing or purchasing of equipment for the purpose of retrofits, renovations, or construction.
Okay. Councillor Highlight's made the amendment. Any discussion? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to council, I wouldn't be in favor of this amendment because there are times that capital projects are necessary to help continue to provide things for our community, and it does help groups do things. So I'm trying to think of a good example right now, but there could be an opportunity for, say, I'm trying to think of something that none of us are connected with. Perfect. The Manluck Theatre may have, for example, a lighting issue, and we have said that they can be activities or projects. If they're unable that year to raise the money for lighting of the stage to do something, they could lease or purchase those lighting, that equipment to do that. It's not the best example, but there are times and places where capital projects help our nonprofits continue to provide services to our community. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will be in favor of this, and more so because it's only a 3-year period of eligibility, so that I just don't feel that capital projects is something that would go beyond, be useful after the 3 years. So I think that it's important that these are used for fostering something ongoing. So I will be speaking in favor of the motion or amendment.
Sorry, Councillor Billingsley, can you explain the 3-year thing? I just am confused.
It's my understanding in this that they can only, applications that are given are only for a period of 3 years, 3 consecutive years. Is that not correct?
No, that we took out, and
I thought it's still in there, is it not?
we debated the 3-year process and said that they could apply annually. Yeah. And I would not, like, I'm trying to think of the proper words, and I apologize, but I wouldn't, because something happens now, if something is required in this year and it is a project, that can be an ongoing thing that benefits the community for years to come. That's where I'm sort of just confused with that. Thank you.
Through the chair to administration, then did I miss something here? Has it been pulled out for the 3 years?
So it's been struck. Groups can receive one-time funding for 3 years for 3 consecutive years, after which cannot apply for the next 2 years. That's been taken out.
Yes, and that's on page 27.
29 is where I have it struck.
And I think it's also on 27. Okay, thank you.
Scroll down until
Yeah.
page 6.
And on 27 is operating expenses of organizations in their development stage, once per fiscal year, up to 3, which has been struck. Any further to the amendment? Ready? Go ahead, Councillor Blatt.
Sorry, thank you. Through the chair, yeah, I think I'm on board with what Councillor Aberley was saying, because when we're thinking about it, like, we removed the part for them not being eligible, like, after the 3 years portion, because we want to continue to support our community organizations in what they're providing to our community. And I think in the past I would have supported this motion, but now it doesn't sit right with me, just because if we're trying to make sure that we have community groups that can offer different things to our community, I don't think that this falls in line with that, by saying that we're restricting you to basically just like basics that you can use this grant for. And I think now it's becoming so restrictive that it's hard to even say what this is even for. And so for me, I think that I can justify keeping this as a part of our eligible expenditures. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just further to that, though, so using the Manlock Theatre example, so 1 year they applied because they'd like lights, and the next year they'd like seating, and the next year they'd like a sound system. So we're going to be providing an organization with equipment that they should be purchasing themselves. Yes, they may not have enough money, but then where does it stop? We'd like to purchase a new building. Well, we're going to construct it a little bit, so we're going to give them grants for construction according to this. And the purpose of the grants is to provide events for our community. That's the purpose of the grant and aid. And anybody who's applied for grants and aid in the past has been the music festival, the chicken and rabbit show, all of those different things related to events to bring people to our community or to have our community involved in community activities. And giving money for construction, renovations, and retrofits, I just think that doesn't fit in with our grant and aid program. Thank you.
And for me, for providing a nonprofit the ability to continue to provide shows like the if we're going to speak specifically, so we're going to be able to continue to have them in the community providing a good service for our residents or bringing people in. You're right, 1 year it might be lights, the next year it might be seating, but this is all funding that they would have needed somewhere, somehow. And if at some point the seating is not good enough for people to be coming in, especially for something that we find a lot of value in, that this grant and aid is important, that we continue to provide those dollars for that. And you're right, when we had the grant and aid program initially, that's what it was for, was to provide funding so that a group could get an event happening or get it started. And now it's grown from there, and I think that us as a council have the ability to provide those kind of resources for those organizations that are providing those services to our residents. So I won't support the amendment. I do support the ability to continue to make something that we have in our community better. Anything further to the amendment?
So Mr. Mayor, eventually we'll be in the business of assisting anybody who wants to renovate or retrofit, and that's the business of the city, that's correct?
No, that's not correct. That's not at all what I said. We're talking about a nonprofit in our community.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, no, well, I'm sorry that that's what you're hearing. That's not at all what I said. We've got a nonprofit in the community that's providing a service. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I'm just going to use examples from the museum, not that I want to highlight the museum, but the way we have used grants in the past to help with our events ongoing. So we have used similar community grants to do things like provide the monitor and screen for when we do Women of Aspenland. So that continues to provide for our events for the community. We've used grants like this 100% to put in LED lighting into the museum, which helps us now save money so we can continue, again, providing for the community, but it was a capital project. They are one-time things, and are we rebuilding that building little piece by little piece? Yes, but those pieces go into the services, generally speaking, that provide all the opportunities we do to the community, and we really would be lost without the opportunity for some capital projects, because I would rather spend in those crazy ways that fundraising money. People do not, if I want to raise money to put up lights, for example, yeah, I get some people, but more people are engaged with what community can I offer these kids, and that's what they'll give money for. But it is a part of staying open and providing reasonable or good quality access to our nonprofit. I feel strongly about it, sorry. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just see this as a community facilities enhancement grant, which is the same as what the province is offering.
Anything further to the amendment? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Tied vote is defeated. Back to the motion on the floor. Councillor Nielsen. Actually, sorry, I've got Councillor Billingsley and then Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Question through the chair to administration. If we budgeted 0.5% per year, what will happen to those dollars if all of it is not allocated?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it would be recorded as a surplus for the end of the year, and then could be, council could make a decision when we're going through year-end adjustments.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I'd like to make an amendment.
Go ahead.
Under who can apply and grant grant procedures.
Can you share which page?
I see it as here.
I don't see the bill.
I'm sorry, I can't get the page now.
Can you
Okay.
ballpark it?
Oh, yeah, so it's the same one that we're still on, so.
Page 6,
Okay.
page 7.
Sure, it's under who can apply. I'd like to see school boards, regional health authorities, social service sectors, regional children's authorities, and other identified affiliates struck. And my question in relation to that is, why would we be giving tax dollars to provincially regulated and financed agencies?
Who can apply?
Anything further to the amendment? Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
I'm sorry, could you just clarify? I'm sorry, I was scrolling for the page and I didn't hear your rationale.
I just said, why would we be sharing or giving tax dollars to provincially regulated and financed agencies?
But did we not give some to provincial basketball that was being held at the high school?
And I would suggest that wasn't provincially financed.
Comes under the school board auspices.
Councillor Nielsen, is your mic on? Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem.
So we potentially now are giving to the Health Foundation, we're giving to school board to retrofit a music room. So I don't believe that our public would necessarily be happy with the idea that we're spending their tax dollars on projects that are truly the responsibility of other provincial organizations.
And I agree 100%.
Councillor Averly.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to anybody that could answer, what would fall under the social service sectors?
Like Catholic Social Services?
Through the chair to Councillor Averly, this whole section was one of the ones that we pulled from a comparator community, and it could be things like WDACS, other agencies that are funded through social services or provide any sort of service to vulnerable population.
Right, and then in the same line, regional children's authorities, would that be things like BGC? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think that would include BGC. That's not a regional. We have a children's authority here, CFSA in Wetaskiwin, Children Family Support, whatever it's called. That is the government funding that would look after children. I don't think you'd go to the Boys and Girls Club or anything like that as part of the, because we've given to the Boys and Girls Club forever.
But that, I think, sorry, Mayor. Councillor Elliott, I think that's question is that I would read that things as the Boys and Girls, or BGC as they're now called, I would read those as being regional areas that get provincial funding, that get other areas. It could be FCSS, it could be things, and if they want an event that isn't within their that year's budget, but they can think of this one time or something that's going to happen that year to provide additional money to allow them to do more. I'm not sure I'm not sure I'm bothered by that. For me, I keep thinking that there is not everybody's going to get the money for sure. We don't know that. There is a grading, for lack of a better word, at the end of the thing in their project that administration will look through, funding the top projects that are rated that way. And I think we're starting to get too exclusive for this grant that will do better for our community. That's my opinion. So I don't think I'll be in favor of this one either. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
I'll just comment that I don't think the Boys and Girls Club is a regional authority. I don't interpret it as a regional authority.
But they are now regional with their hub. And so when this policy, when it comes back in front of the council in 2026, Councillor Nielsen's interpretation of what is or isn't won't be part of that conversation. The reason that we're coming up with this policy is so that it can be administratively driven and not political. And so that's why it's so important to have these things as clear as possible so that it's not an interpretation or an opinion. Moving forward, we have dollars allocated as per the policy. And that's why I think it is important that it's extremely black and white. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I think back to, I don't even know what day that was, last week, Tuesday, when McMahon, the BGC, FCSS, the Family Resource Center, they all got together with very little funding from their groups to put on the National Indigenous Day activity at Jubilee Park, and it was an amazing day of this community coming together and celebrating things, and those are the kinds of activities I see these groups doing. The library was part of that too. outside of their day-to-day and how we can support them do more and get more involved. And so when I read that line, those are the kinds of ideas that I think those are the types of activities I think we're excluding. Thank you.
Anything further? To the amendment, ready for the question, those in favor? Opposed? Tied vote is defeated. Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Paul, I'm looking for some clarity, if I could, please. The policy states in the very first page, I'm assuming that's page 1, I don't know. The purpose is to fund operating and one-time initiatives of community organizations. And yet when we scroll down to eligible and ineligible expenses, operating core costs. So I'm looking at how we say we're going to support operating costs in the general purpose, but then making operating costs ineligible later on in the draft.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, can you specifically just identify where those sections are, please?
It's page 1 and page where that table is for.
Okay.
I think the difference through the chair to Councillor Nielsen is on page 7 with the table, it says operating core costs. So there was a lot of discussion with council about we're not covering staffing and those sorts of things, but other operating costs could be covered.
But for the point that Mayor Gannon just made about clarity,
Right.
I think there needs to either be a statement, I guess, in terms of definitions, what's core and purpose and what operating costs are versus operating core costs need to be defined so it's clear to whomever is reading it.
We could throw a definition in for core costs.
Would that be an amendment, Councillor Nielsen?
Sure,
Including
please.
a definition?
I'm sorry?
Including a definition as an
Yes,
amendment?
please.
Okay. To the amendment. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I'd like to make an amendment to who can apply.
Give me a page, please.
Page 7.
Perfect.
I would like to strike school boards and regional health authorities from who can apply.
I'm sorry, could that be repeated, please, Mr. Mayor?
Yep. He is moving to amend who can apply, removing school boards and regional health authorities. Anything further to the amendment? Go ahead, Councillor Glatz.
I guess, I just want to know the rationale behind it, because to me, let's say that the school board and one of the regional health authorities decide to come together and host a community event for wellness or whatever. why would that be something that we wouldn't give money to? Because that's not something that the province would ever give money for. They would never give money for an event, but that's something that we would potentially do. So I was just curious why we wouldn't want to fund something like that.
Because they also could do we could be then funding retrofits and or other, not just events. So in theory, we could be buying desks, we could be buying projectors for a school, we could be buying a CT scan, whatever, right? And if it was just events, sure, but it's not.
I guess this is where I'll like sound like a bleeding heart, and I'm so sorry. But I guess to me, in my head, I'm like, oh, how horrible, we have to buy desks for a school. But to me, I'm just, there's part of me that's also just kind of thinking about this in terms of like the good that we can do for our community, and I think that I think I view this differently, where I don't think that this is such a horrible thing, and I do understand where you're coming from on it, where it's like, are we getting too far down like what they could ask for? But it's not like we can give them $100,000 or anything like that. To me, like they still have to be within our funding model, and so to me, I just don't see it as being this huge issue, but that's just me.
And maybe 1 year, it's not a huge issue if $10,000 went to the purchase of $250,000 worth of desks, but we continue to find efficiencies in the community. We just heard from a group, or we've been hearing from a group about us cutting the transit system or transit service in the community. And while independently it doesn't seem like a lot, I don't think that the city should be paying for capital costs, especially when it comes to healthcare and schools that are provincial mandates, and I would absolutely see that as irresponsible spending of municipal civic dollars to a provincially mandated ministry, for lack of a better term, where they collect a good portion of taxes through the municipal tax process to cover those costs. So absolutely not. Go ahead.
Which I can totally buy that. I'm just curious if there's a way that we can just not have the capital project portion of it, because I do think that if these agencies were to have an event, that we should be funding that, and I find it strange that we would bar somebody from hosting an event that way.
We're not barring them from it. We're just not providing funding through a community grant and aid program. They could come as a delegation and make a request of City Council, independent of the grant and aid program.
But if they did that, then how would we fund it if we do decide to, because we can't?
That would be up to the council of the day on how they fund it.
Okay.
So we're not stopping them from having events. We're just not including them in the grant and aid policy. Anything further to the amendment? The amendment is to strike school boards and regional health authorities from who can apply. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Blatz.
Thanks. So I'm still under who can apply.
Okay.
So nobody has to move anywhere. So third line down, community, First Nation, and Métis organizations and associations. I would like to make an amendment to change the wording to community Indigenous organizations and associations, because I find it that excludes if we have an Inuit organization that would like to apply, because they do not fall under First Nation or Métis.
To the amendment. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Same page, under eligible expenditures, I would like to see the the fourth bullet eliminated. This is a list of expenditures that can be made, and the statement is applications based on demonstrated community needs. And that's not an expenditure, it's just a statement. It should fall into the application process or something instead. So it's just a clerical change.
I'm sorry, I didn't find it. You're wanting to strike,
The fourth bullet under eligible expenditures.
oh, sorry, I was looking under who can apply and it just wasn't lining up. Okay,
I believe that should appear in the statements above that, outside of the chart.
so just moving it.
Yes, please.
Okay. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Back to what I had asked originally. Under fees, we have fees on page 7 of 35. Fees can be paid to professionals, technical personnel, consultants, and contractors. But under 4.4 on page 30 of 35, it says ineligible are honoraria and wages for workers, consultants, professionals, contractors, speakers, and performers. So there's an inconsistency there between fees and honoraria. It says we can pay fees, but we can't pay honoraria, and we have some of the same people, professionals and contractors in both places. So I mean, it's either. So I could say, well, I'm going to give you a fee for coming to sing for our next event, Mr. Mayor. Then I won't say we'll give you an honoraria, I'll say we'll give you a fee. So I'm wondering if it's semantics or what, I don't know. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, there was a big discussion around this at the last one, so I'm wondering if there was discussion about allowing fees paid to professionals. I wonder if it isn't defining further and we did really the honorarium, the stuff that's in there were the specific pieces that council said no to. And I can't think of any other, I'd have to go back and look the video, but there were examples given of people that could be paid a fee. So maybe what we need to do is then update that table just to those specific ones that council spoke about.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I was thinking of performers for Canada Day. You're going to have some people perform, and some people are going to get money for what they're doing. Now, do they get paid a fee or do they get paid an honoraria? But they are performing. So that's all. I'm not against anything. I just want it clarified.
Are we making an amendment to one or the other? Go ahead.
The package at the back, like the application package and the support to the community is administrative, so we could make it there to further define what's not, like, so those are eligible expenditures, but we could in the package do it without a motion that specifically says, however, these professional services do not qualify for a fee or honorarium, and then we wouldn't need a motion.
But are you looking to have that either included or not? So it's...
Can we ask for money for new mics?
Could I get a grant for this, please? I just want clarification, Mr. Mayor, that's all. If somebody is performing, are they getting a fee or are they getting an honorarium?
Right, and I just don't want it to be gray in a policy and then have it different in the application process. It should line up. So regardless of what administration can do on the application process, our policy needs to match that. So that's why I ask if you want to make an amendment to the policy.
Well, I'm just trying to decide what you would cut out and what you would add. Wasn't there a song, what to leave in and what to leave out? But anyway.
For me, I still think that honorariums I would keep wages as being ineligible, but I think honorariums should be. So if you're going to dance at the Canada Day celebration and you're receiving an honorarium, I think that's okay. I think there's a difference between paying somebody to put on an event. So if I come to the city and I want to do the teddy bear picnic and I want to receive a wage for organizing that, I don't think that that should be eligible. But if I'm paying somebody to get dressed up or give them a Starbucks gift card or something like that to dress up as a big teddy bear to come to the teddy bear's picnic, I think that that should be included. So I would strike, I would take out the honorariums from ineligible, but making sure that wages is included in what's ineligible.
But then, Mr. Mayor, if we're going to do a retrofit and we have a contractor come in, can we pay the contractor a wage or do we give the contractor an honorarium?
That is separate, which was,
I know you didn't want to spend this much time on this whole thing, but I just want clarification. I'm not, I think we should be doing honoraria as well, but it shouldn't include wages.
okay, then keep honoraria and strike wages as ineligible, or having wages as ineligible, but strike honorariums as from the ineligible piece.
I would move that.
Okay. So no, wages would stay in the ineligible projects and expenses, but we would take out the honorariums. Those would be eligible. Honorariums would be eligible. Will be, yes. So honorariums would cover speakers and performers.
Yes.
So not that I'm trying to lead Councillor Elliott, but I would say under the ineligible projects and expenses would be wages for workers, professionals, consultants, and contractors would remain under the ineligible, and eligible would be honorariums for speakers and performers.
I would agree.
So to confirm, that's from page 7 and page 30 that we're going
I'm
to
not
align that?
Yeah, I have page 30 in front of me right now, so I'm going from that.
And the other one was on page 7.
Okay, so page 7 and 30, there's discrepancy between honorariums and wages, not honorariums and fees.
Right, yeah, honorariums and wages.
Thank you. And then just to clarify, wages are to remain
Ineligible,
as ineligible, but
which would be,
honorariums,
which would be professionals, consultants, and contractors.
And personnel.
but honorariums will be eligible to cover speakers and performers.
Yeah. Does that cover your massaged amendment, Councillor Elliott?
You read my mind, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
It's a scary place. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, just for clarification, so then on page 7, under eligible expenditures, we're striking fees paid to professionals, technical personnel, consultants, and contractors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, we would make sure that those two, section 4 in the package matches
Okay.
that table.
Thank you.
Yeah, it should say wages paid to. Because then, if you gave technical personnel an honorarium because they came in and ran the sound system, that's different than somebody getting a wage.
Yep.
Councillor Nielsen.
Can a not-for-profit organization award an honorarium to a member of that board to perform functions? Can I, if I sit, going to run an air show, and somebody on our board is really doing just a ton of extra work on behalf of an air show, can that board assign an honorarium to that person for duties above and beyond being a board member?
I would hope not, but when financials are brought back for the year's expenses and somebody was giving an honorarium from the board, I would hope that that's taken into consideration the following year when they're looking for funding, or the next event, that they're taking advantage of the community grant program that does not cover wages. Go ahead.
To answer, thank you, Mayor Gandman, through the chair. To answer Councillor Nielsen's question, yes, it depends on their bylaws. So that would be the group. But what I really liked that was discussed 3 minutes ago, I think, was where we defined honorarium for performers, speakers, and those things, because it speaks specifically to entertainment and
Not organization.
not running the operating core costs of wages for somebody to run something. I'm hoping that those two can cancel out when the applications are being looked at, because they would have to state in that application the fees that were, because it asks at in the package, it asks to break down your budget, and that was a really good breakdown. Like the application package itself, I give kudos for, because Monday morning, in and of itself was very well done, that I think could help eliminate problems like this, because those looking at the applications will see that as one of the expenses. Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Sorry, I think I am so lost in the soup that we have made. So, because I understood the part where it said not wages, that totally made sense to me. But then when we were talking about on page 7 for the table, like changing it, like striking that out too, I didn't see fees being the same thing, because we had like the one-time fee that we can pay for like contracts and stuff that can't be ongoing. So I thought that that referred to that specific portion of the eligible expenses. So now I'm confused why that's the same thing as wages, because that's why I think that we changed the wording to fees, was so that then it could be a one-time thing.
So including honorariums in eligible, but then in the table, having that to professionals, technical personnel, or consultants and contractors. That was part of what was taken out, right? To have those wages taken out. So fees or wages taken out for consultants. We were going to only pay honorariums for performers, speakers, dancers, singers.
But we wouldn't pay contractors and consultants. even if it's
Correct.
a
That was,
one-time
they were supposed to line up. So that table is supposed to match up with that amendment that was made on page 30.
Oh, okay, I think I'm understanding now.
And that was Councillor Nielsen's question about paying a board member and Councillor Aberley's clarification on if it's in, for what's included in honorariums, which speaks to the performance or the day of the event and not leading into.
Okay, I think I'm understanding.
Is that administration's understanding? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair. Under page 7 again, ineligible, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's the second from the bottom. Project activity advancing specific moral or religious points of view. Whose morals? Mine?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Sorry? Yeah, we do. I'm sorry. We got sort of sidetracked. Yeah. I remember it
That
now.
was like 10 minutes ago.
It was 10 minutes ago. Okay, to the amendment on the floor. Anything further? Councillor Blatz.
Mine is more of a comment that after we strike this one, we're going to have nothing in our eligible expenditures table. So I guess just making sure that we're matching up our eligible expenditures on that last page of that application that we're referring to on page 30 and matching that up to the eligible expenditures table that we have on page 7, because otherwise it's going to look like nothing is eligible at all.
No, because purchasing equipment or the purpose of retrofits is still in there.
And then everything else is gone.
Hmm?
And then everything else is gone.
Sorry?
Yeah. But you said nothing was left in the eligible. So there is still something left in the
There's just
eligible, and the eligible is still going to match what's in the policy, as well as the application process.
Yeah, I guess it's just like we have a whole bunch of stuff that's eligible on the last page on 30.
Yeah,
But then we have this table up here that has only one thing in it that's eligible.
yeah, they're going to match that up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just making sure that we're matching it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just confirming. Yeah. I'm in favor.
Anything further to the amendment on the floor? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Billingsley.
So going back to when I interrupted our amendment, speaking of advancing specific moral or religious points of view, again, I struggle with the word moral because whose morals are those? Does that mean that's up to administration to decide,
Administration of the day.
right? And does that then exclude PRISM? Or does that include, it's very, moral is a very subjective thing. And my morals may be different than yours and anybody else's at the table.
That's Alberta. Through the chair. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley.
Was that said out loud?
I wonder if we just amended the table to say ensuring any legislated protected rights are not infringed upon. Like we could refer back to Canada's legislation rather than
I
trying
think-
to figure out someone's
Individual.
moral
Yeah, I
compass.
think that would be Good.
Okay. I saw a hand on this side. Go ahead.
Sue, can you just re-say what you said so that I can add that amendment in, please?
Project activity advancing specific religious points of views while protecting, or what is the legislation called? I should know this. Human rights, while protecting the Canadian human rights. Or protecting Canadian, protected. It's Monday. We shouldn't have meetings on Mondays. I think put it up and then those that are better with words can wordsmith it. We could say adhering to the protected groups within, did you say, Councillor Aberley? The charter of...
Through the mayor to CAO, it's the Alberta Human Rights is what our jurisdiction falls under.
That doesn't read right for me. Anybody want to? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Two things. One, what about federal? And two, this is not showing under ineligible, then, but we're talking about protecting under the human rights. So if now it's ineligible, does that mean that? Yeah. Boy, this is, are we really making this more
Through the
complicated?
chair to Councillor Billingsley, I think it's just making sure that anybody that submits something that is against the human rights is ineligible.
That's perfect.
Shelley, does the Alberta have to comply with the federal at a minimum?
Through to Sue, yes, that's correct. The protected grounds are the same under federal and provincial legislation in most provinces. In this province, that is the same. It's the jurisdiction that is important, and in my mind, we fall under Alberta jurisdiction. If council believes that to be different and that we fall under federal, then it would be the Canadian human rights.
I think where it says advancing specific religion point of view, I think
Gabby.
it should say,
Mike.
my mic's on.
Speak.
I'm speaking into the microphone, okay? So where it says that advancing specific religious point of view, I think that it should also read specific religious and political point of view. Because what if a political party wanted us to fund their event? So I think that's important that that doesn't get missed.
Unless it's Blatt's People of Wetaskiwin, political party.
Could you imagine?
I have, it's scary. You don't think what?
Juanita, can you take out while protecting and say ensuring protection of, yeah. Does that work for you, Councillor Billingsley?
Yeah, I think that will. My biggest concern of this was PRISM. That's the first thing that came to mind. There's a lot of people in this community, unfortunately, that their morals say that
Yes. Yeah.
that's wrong.
Yes, please.
Through the chair to Juanita, I'm going to just read what I think it should say. Remove the word morals and replace it with, take out that, any project or activity, no, or activity that, and then change advancing to advances. Correct specific religious or political points of view while ensuring. I think that reads well.
Anything further to the amendment? That's what you had in mind, right, Councillor Billingsley?
Yep.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
That's a good one.
Sue.
Just to not confuse any other amendments that might be there, could I get, read out a definition for core operating costs and get consensus of council on that definition? Core operating costs means expenses for administration, salaries, maintenance, contracts, and insurance. That is one that is pulled from a typical law definition website.
Okay.
Yeah. Core operating costs means expenses for administration, salaries, maintenance contracts, and insurance. Expenses for administration, salaries, maintenance contracts, and insurance. Perfect.
Does that cover your definition, Councillor Nielsen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Anything further to the motion?
What motion?
The entire motion. Go ahead.
We've made a significant number of amendments and changes, and we've identified the need to align certain sections with other sections and so forth. And I'm uncomfortable voting on this without seeing the entirety of this particular procedure all put together in one document with all the changes made and vote on it, as opposed to, I haven't seen that I've heard that we're going to align certain parts of this, but I haven't seen that alignment yet. So I would like to table this motion until the next meeting.
Okay. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 10C, Jesus Cares Christian Fellowship Lease Agreement.
Good morning, Council. The purpose of this report today is to request an extension for our reporting deadline. The original date was for today. However, we don't have an agreement with Jesus Cares Christian Fellowship yet. The agreement is drafted and we still need to meet with them. So we're just looking for an extension to August 28th, 2023.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that Council extends the reporting period for motion 111/23 to the regular Council meeting on August 28th, 2023.
It should read to August 28th. Any discussion? Councilor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the Chair of the Administration, have we had any meetings with Jesus Cares Christian Fellowship yet on this issue?
Through the Chair to Councillor Nielsen, we have not had a chance to meet with them yet.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
That one wasn't supposed to take that long, was it?
But it did.
I know. Originally, that was brought in because Junior wanted the rental on their exempt.
All right, we're moving on to 10D, tax cancellations and rebates. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Council. If I can figure this out. Okay. Tax cancellation and rebates. Requests have been made by the Wetaskiwin Lodge and the Wetaskiwin Masonic Hall for tax cancellation. The city also has agreements in place for the Lions Club and the Knights of Columbus that states that neither group will be responsible for property taxes. Therefore, they require consideration of the cancellation of property taxes under authority of Section 347 of the Municipal Government Act. Historically, property tax exemptions have been granted to the Moose Lodge and the Masonic Hall. This request is that Council cancels the municipal portion only of property tax for the respective facilities. The estimated property tax for these organizations is as follows. The Wetaskiwin Moose Lodge is $4,425.28. Wetaskiwin Masonic Hall, $3,346.63. The Lions Campground, $11,455.40. The Knights of Columbus, $517.73. The total request for cancellation today is $19,121.90. Copies of the tax notices have been provided as part of the agenda for Council. Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that, I move that City Council cancel the municipal portion of property taxes on rolls 210210, the Moose Hall, and roll 180900 and 180910, the Masonic Hall, pursuant to the Section 3471 of the Municipal Government Act.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Go ahead.
I just got a question, just because like we do get this every year, and I was just wondering procedurally if there's a way that we could like not have to bring this back every year, just to make it easier. But that is just my question to administration.
Through the mayor to Councillor Blatz. Council has to cancel the tax because taxes are levied on an annual basis. That amount changes on an annual basis. Historically, I've seen it with all municipalities where it's brought back on an annual basis.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Sorry. I hurt my back on the weekend and I'm a little drugged, so I apologize. Through the chair to finance, is there a reason that the Masonic Hall and the Moose Hall don't just automatically qualify? Are they not nonprofits? Or am I just confused? Thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Haberly, the Masonic Hall and the Moose Lodge do not automatically qualify, and that is why we are asking for the exemption on the municipal portion of property taxes. Under COPTER, which is the Community Organization and Property Tax Exemption Regulation, they have the ability to apply to request for cancellation because they're a community organization, or it governs cancellation of taxes for nonprofit groups, but it's still not automatic. They need to apply, and we're actually going to be reviewing this year as one of our projects the application process, where they apply to council to have it cancelled, and then council makes a decision and can choose to exempt them from applying in subsequent years.
Thank you, but I think my question is, there are other groups in the community that do not have to do this every year, and maybe it's What is the difference? That I'm just not understanding what the difference is with these two organizations.
Through the mayor to Councillor Aberley, I'm not sure if those other groups own their own buildings. These are organizations that own their buildings. If you're looking at, say, for example, a religious organization or a church, they're specifically exempted under the Act and do not have to apply.
That makes sense. Thank you very much.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess, to council, I think it is important that they come every year. Because of the fact that they are nonprofit organizations, if you had another group, if we just said, well, if you're nonprofit, you don't pay the city portion, I don't think that that would be right, and it would be a big burden to our tax base. Also, I think I'd like to go forward of actually having these organizations actually come forward and tell us about why we are taking away, or sorry, not taking away, but they're looking for relief. I'd like to know what they're providing in our community every year and justify the dollars that the city would be forgiving. So I will support it for this year, but I would like for them to make presentations to council, especially on the lodge, the Moose Lodge and the Masonic Hall. I understand that there is an agreement with the Lions Campground and the Knights of Columbus, which I think are a little bit different, but those two, I think a presentation is in order.
And to that, I think we should have that conversation right away so that they can plan for the potential of property taxes not being.
So we have a motion on the floor then, do we not? Okay, so we can speak to that first, I guess.
Anything further? Come. Yeah, really. Councillor Nielsen.
I'd like to make an amendment to the motion. That would essentially read that we would reduce their tax by 50%. And if I can speak to that, I have difficulty with the rationale that just because the city has a hall that we rent, anybody that's a nonprofit that has a hall doesn't have to pay taxes. It just doesn't sit with me. So that's my motion.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't agree with the amendment in this, for the fact that this has been an ongoing cancellation, and I'm sure that they've budgeted for their whole 2023 year. And if all of a sudden a small organization as the Masons or the Moose have to come up with $2,000 or $1,500, $1,600, it may be quite trying for them. So I would be not in favor of this. Thank you.
To the amendment? I'm also not in favor of it for some of the reasons that Councillor Elliott had put forward, that if we were looking at making a change to something that we've had in the past, that should have been a conversation prior to the decision making so that they could plan for it. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully expected that. But, and the reason I put it forward is because I think we do need to have a conversation about this so that we can have, in advance of next year at this time, sitting down saying, hey, we haven't had any conversations with these people. How can we possibly make any changes to the tax rule? And I think as a council, we should have a conversation well in advance, and I would ask administration to put it on an agenda for an item to be discussed sometime in the future, but providing these groups enough time to hear what our direction may be.
Without direction from council, are you putting that forward in a motion that won't get followed up on? So I'd recommend that you follow up with a subsequent motion directing administration to have those conversations with those groups.
So moved.
We've got a motion on the floor.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Nielsen.
I would like to make a motion, please, that council directs administration to put this topic on the agenda for discussion prior to the end of this. No, that wouldn't work. Put on the agenda for discussion so that we can be in communication with these two groups with regard to taxation, period.
I'm not sure what you're asking for. Do you want them to bring it back to this council to give direction to administration to then go and talk to these user groups regarding their property taxes? Or are you looking for administration to just go and speak to these groups regarding their property taxes? So then my concern would be that I would rather hear from the community groups on why canceling taxes is important to their organization. I'm not looking to send administration to go and talk to them about what it is that they do or don't do to report back. If I'm going to make that decision for next year, I'd like to have that conversation by the end of this year so that we both have ample time to plan for something like that, whether that's continuing to cancel taxes or not, or at a reduced rate. But either way, both parties have a clear understanding what that looks like for 2024, as opposed to having a conversation with that organization at some point and then having this conversation again next year when we're talking about tax cancellations.
No, I totally agree. What my intention here, Mr. Mayor, is that there's no point me asking administration to go forward to meet with anybody until we've had a discussion to see if there's any merit to going forward and how we want to proceed with this. Councillor Billingsley's also already asked or suggested that they come in and meet, and that might be part of the conversation that we have as to where are we going to go with regard to tax relief on these two corporations, and once this group decides where we sit on it, we can direct administration. So I guess what I'm really asking is just that we can have the conversation as a council as to a year from now, where are we at with regard to tax exemptions?
Can I suggest that you make a motion bringing this conversation back as an agenda item to our September 25th meeting so that we can talk about it and then have further discussion and or direction to administration on what that looks like moving forward?
Certainly.
Taxation cancellation, or canceling of property taxes, municipal portion of property taxes, just so it's specific.
Yep.
I'm just reading Juanita's. Of canceling the municipal portion of property taxes. You can take out the taxation. on the second line, first word. Yeah, because it's canceling the municipal portion of the property taxes, so you can take that taxation part out, yeah. The council meeting on September 25th, 2023. Does that cover you, Councillor Nielsen?
Yes, it does, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Is that ample time for administration? Okay. Ready for the question? Nope. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to administration, and this could be a request for information, I don't know, so help me out here. I am interested in better understanding why and why not they're excluded from exemption altogether. Could that be a part of that on the 25th?
The discussion will be up to you on the direction of where we send administration with this.
Understood. Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Blatz.
Okay, I'm going to continue now. So I move that City Council cancel the total tax levy for roll 360020, the Lions Campground, in accordance with the lease agreement dated October 10th, 1995, and subsequent extensions thereto pursuant to Section 347(1) of the Municipal Government Act.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Do we tax other groups that lease land or space from us?
Through the chair to Councillor Everly. It's a loaded question.
Sorry, and I know we're supposed to send questions earlier, but
We do through a lease amendment. The obvious one is Jesus Cares. I think further to what Toulouse spoke about is having a better defined process as to who qualifies and why. I know the Lions Campground has been in an agreement forever and ever, and that's one of the ones that we plan to bring forward this year as well for updating. And so I think through the tax strategy, through this motion just received, through the policy coming back from finance, there's going to be plenty of opportunity for council to set the guidelines around who qualifies, who doesn't. And I mean, Copter speaks for itself, but all the other ones that are left up to council's discretion, we'll have those discussions this year.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councillor Aberley. At one time, the city was trying to have a campground, and that is city property, and the Lions offered to run the campground. And so the city went into a lease/contract agreement with the Lions to run the campground. And so that's where it is, and it's just been extended, as it says in the motion. It's been, or the notes, it's been extended for a number of years. So rather than have the city running a campground, the Lions have been running the campground. And I don't think we're in the RV business, so thank you.
Just as a follow-up, and I agree with the motion. What I'm concerned of is that we're not being consistent with other groups that may or may not lease parts of our property. So that was why I asked that question, because there are other groups in our buildings. So is that part of their agreements or not?
They are providing a service to the community through the campground. That's one of the amenities the city has.
I don't disagree, but I'm just saying that there's, I hate to do this, but the art club, the curling, all these places that lease our property, are they paying taxes and we're not exempting them? That's my question, is seeing that we're consistent through them.
And a great conversation for our September meeting.
Yay.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council Council and cancel should not be right beside each other. Council cancel the total tax levy for roll 3970, the Knights of Columbus, in accordance with the lease agreement dated July 22nd, 1996, and extensions thereto pursuant to the Section 347(1) of the Municipal Government Act.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. We've got, what did I pull? 6C, Council Action Task Summary. I'm just looking for some clarification. Let me pull it up. The highlights disappeared. So on some of the council action task summary items, it shows that it's active, but things that have happened, and I think we talked about this before, where if it gets finished, it comes right off the council task summary. So is that why it hasn't been moved to completed, so that it shows that it's still there, or is there a way to have that highlighted? Like I look at Prism and the crosswalk painting and the park closure, so it's showing it's active, but the event has happened.
Yeah, through the mayor to council, we are having a little bit of trouble with iCompass right now, and we hope to have it fixed shortly. The intention is, once an item is done, it will be highlighted once to council and then removed from future ones. We could have highlighted them, I guess, as the ones that were going to fall off, but you're right. We presented everything, even though a lot of them are done already, just to as that one time. And then at the next month's submission, they will not be there. So if we can't get it fixed before the next one, we'll just highlight them in yellow so you know that they're going to be.
Please do, yeah, so that we know that things are done, or if we are at the due date for it, we have a better understanding of where it's sitting. I wish my highlights didn't disappear. City cell phones.
I believe that one was kept on because we haven't actually delivered them yet.
Okay.
Once they get delivered, then they'll be removed.
That was my question. When are they being delivered?
I can provide an update to that. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, this is Candace. So to the chair, we have now received the SIM cards and the cell phones. So the three council members who are getting cell phones can just schedule a time with IT. So I'll follow up with an email later today.
Perfect. So when we have things like that are due, what's the communication back to council to either ensure we know that we need to do something, like setting up an appointment with IT, or that something's been delayed in what the timing of that it was going to be?
Well, we could put those in the notes, and we should potentially put those in the notes so that council knows, but I think in anticipation that it's a lot of data that could be missed, we'll just follow up directly with the people.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just mean that overall, if there's things that either we need to do or we're expecting, because through the council action task summary, it says the due date was June whatever, and we've either passed that date or we're on that date, to know where we're at with that. Just so that we've got a better understanding of what's happening. Those were, I think, two that I had. Go ahead.
To Mayor Gandam, I've just received a message from our IT manager that Mayor Gandam, Councillor Billingsley and Councillor Blacks can schedule a time with David after today to get your phones. They are available to get. Thank you.
Okay. I think. Yeah, that must have been it. Anyways, looking for a motion to accept as information. Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 11A, council committee reports and attendance.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that City Council accepts the council committee reports and attendance as information.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Is there anything that you would like to highlight?
No.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you, through the chair. Just last weekend, the one that I'd like to speak to is the Filipino Independence Day celebration that was last Saturday. Well received. It was already noted the great job that Trent and his staff did for their parade, and I felt very welcome and just an overall great event.
Good. Councillor Nielsen?
No, as submitted, I would only comment, and it will probably come up in the next time, is Sue and Dean and myself attended the Alberta Council's meeting with various ministers. It was a good day, and I've submitted the report to council members.
Councillor Blatz?
Yeah, thank you. I also kind of wanted to speak about last weekend because I think that it was just such a great weekend for our community because we had so much going on. And once again, like the parades went really well. There was a lot of excitement in the community, and it was kind of refreshing and great to see, especially because it was raining that day, but there were so many people out anyways, and it was so nice to see so many people out and about and happy to be there. So I just wanted to say that to all the organizations that put on things last weekend, they did great work.
Good, thank you. Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. I don't know if this is for attending events for per diems, you have to get council approval for that. Do I need approval for claiming mileage to attend something if I'm not collecting a per diem? Okay, so my intention is, I thought our meeting in July was on the I thought it was on the 10th, but it's on the 17th, right? So the Premier's Pancake Breakfast in Calgary for Stampede is on the 10th, and I'm planning on attending that to get some time with some ministers and the Premier. So I won't be claiming a per diem, but I will be claiming mileage to drive to Calgary. Item 12, bylaws 2037-23, Clean Energy Improvement Program, also known as SEEP bylaw.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. I am here with Cal today. He is the project manager for the SEEP program, as it is one of the programs that is in our corporate business plan. So I'm just going to do an introduction, and then Cal can walk you through some of the details of the bylaw, and we can answer any questions that you might have. So originally, Council had seen this in the fall of 2022. And since then, we have applied to Alberta municipalities through the program, and Cal's been working with the person assigned to help us with the bylaw and any suggestions and getting the program going. So we are in a cohort of other municipalities that are going through this process right now. We have updated the bylaw. Cal can talk to that later. And then we have it here for your approval. We are looking for all three readings today if council so desires. Otherwise, we could take away any comments and bring those back at a later date. We do have answers for Councillor Nielsen's questions, so I'll let Cal go through the whole bylaw changes that were made. I believe we have them highlighted from the last one that you saw, and then we can speak to Councillor Nielsen's questions.
Thank you. Good morning. So we'll just go through the bylaw here, and highlighted in yellow are the changes that were suggested by Alberta municipalities. So obviously we have the bylaw number now, and then the first section there was they just wanted to add, whereas pursuant to section 390.3 of the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000 CM 26, considers it desirable to implement a clean energy improvement tax bylaw to establish a clean energy improvement program. And then just simply a change in the title to program tax bylaw. Moving through to definitions in section 2. So in J, they wanted to add program administrator is the Alberta Municipalities Services Corporation operating as Alberta Municipalities. And L is program terms and conditions, means the terms and conditions of the city's program to be published on the program administrator's website on or before the date the city clean energy improvement program opens to applications. And then in general, in 4, just starting with I, enable clean energy improvements to be made. Under approved properties in 5, A2, a property that is residential. And then in 4, so we had a property where the main structure has been constructed within the last year is not eligible to participate in the clean energy improvement program. So Alberta municipalities suggests this type of criteria may be better defined in the program terms and conditions so it can remain flexible. In 6, A, must increase energy efficiency or the use of renewable energy on the property and include 2, renewable energy improvements, and 4, water heating and wastewater heat recovery improvements. And in B, clean energy improvements are eligible for financing through the Clean Energy Improvement Program if the value of the capital costs of undertaking all clean energy improvements 2 does not exceed $50,000 for residential properties and $500,000 for non-residential properties. Under program agreement in 7, so A, property owner may apply to the program administrator for clean energy improvement tax financing to install clean energy improvement. And then in 6, the property owner, they just wanted to add in or the program terms and conditions. Under 9, AI, the property owner has an interest in another property that is subject to a bankruptcy, receivership, tax arrears, or foreclosure proceeding. And 2, the property owner is participating in the city's property tax assistance program or the government of Alberta's seniors tax deferral program. And further down, we have in section 8, 1, if the property owner has purchased property within the last 6 years and has no history of previous property ownership, the property owner may be subject to an enhanced financial eligibility review, or if the property owner does not have 6 years of property ownership history within the city, the property owner may be required to submit property tax payment history from another municipality. In 10A, we have just adding and the program terms and conditions. And then in clean energy improvement taxes, 13, we have the capital cost of undertaking the clean energy improvement, the cost of professional services needed for clean energy improvements, the administration fee, the cost of financing the clean energy improvement, and any other costs incidental to the undertaking of the clean energy improvement and the raising of revenue to pay for it. Under borrowing, we have 14A to finance clean energy improvements, and B, the maximum annual amount of money that may be borrowed under this bylaw must not exceed $1.65 million Canadian, exclusive of interest, and at any time with $400,000 being available for residential properties and $1.25 million available for non-residential projects. And that is all the updates.
I also wanted to add the discussion in the fall when we first had seen this bylaw was whether or not council wanted to fund residential and non-residential or just residential. So of course the bylaw would change if council decides to fund them separately or differently. If you do choose to do that, we would suggest getting the residential piece established and then maybe looking at non-res after. And of course the amount is also up for debate with council. Currently, if in the agenda package in our project plan, we did Alberta municipalities did identify the number of applications they figured that we would receive in our community. And it was specific to Wetaskiwin, I think, based on previous applications.
That's right.
Yeah.
So previous participation in projects.
This is not balanced well. Okay. Yeah, so I know there's a lot of information here, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council gives first reading to bylaw 2037-23.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
A few questions. Is there a close date on this, or is this goes on for the end of time?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, right now it's in legislation, so until they give notice that the program is done, we can assume it's going to continue in perpetuity.
Thank you. On page 20, it talks about a maximum interest rate. Heaven forbid that interest rates go above 9%. Where would the funding come from if that was indeed the case?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, currently we are anticipating to go through fully funded grants through the federal government. If at any point the program required city funding in order to sustain itself, that would come back to council for approval, because we would need a borrowing bylaw approved by council in order to secure those funds.
I guess my question is, why are we capping at 9%? Where did that number come from, and why does it need to be in there? My concern is if interest rates go back to the early 80s at beyond 9%, where's that money coming from? And I guess that's my concern.
I believe from what I remember, Cal can correct me if I'm wrong through his discussions, but there was a point of no viable return on the investment, and I think that's where the percentage came in, whereas if the rates went above that, you likely would not be saving money through this program.
Okay, thank you. And is there any provision, because this is cost neutral, is there any provision for administration fee to administer this through the city as well? Sorry, through the chair.
Yeah, so the maximum fee you can charge is 5%, and that's needs to be split between Alberta municipalities and our municipality.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue and Cal. You just mentioned, Sue, about getting grants. So is this funded through grants, or is this funded through our borrowing?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we're currently looking through grants specifically, and if we did get to a point where a grant would not qualify, we would have to come back to council and ask for a specific borrowing bylaw.
So at this point in time, there is no implication for this on our debt limit?
Not currently.
So it's a no-cost item. It doesn't impact our borrowing capacity at all unless you come back and ask for a borrowing bylaw.
Correct.
Okay. And my next question, if I may, Mr. Mayor, we have over the last while heard that we're stretched pretty thin in terms of staff, and how do we add a project of this magnitude at a time when we appear to be fairly stretched from a personnel perspective?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I know Alberta Municipalities is heavily involved and supports us through this whole process, and so the entire application process will be developed outside of, with finance input, but not directly affecting them. And then they literally would just need to do a couple of checks and balances on, are the taxes paid up, and provide us any information, and then we could process this in very little administrative time unless it requires a borrowing bylaw, at which point we would have a lot more involvement from finance. But in speaking with the team, they believe they can take on the number that potentially could be coming through. I mean, the numbers that are shown from Alberta municipalities were obviously pre-COVID, and I would hazard a guess that in today's economical climate, we might get less than what was there. So we're not concerned about even the max that Alberta municipalities has identified.
Okay. And then what is our role in relation to ensuring that the service providers have met the requirements for this? So for example, I get a big grant from the city, it goes on my tax bill, I hire a company to come in to do projects A, B, and C, projects completed. Who's going to make sure the project has been done correctly, properly, so that we can report back that the grant was done properly? I don't know.
So Alberta Municipalities, as the program administrator, made sure that it is up to standards and is.
So they send people out, inspectors? Is that how it works?
For that part, I'd have to check and see exactly what they do in that, but I just know that they, work to ensure that that's complete.
So there's no obligation on the part of the city or city staff to do that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
No, and further to that, it would go through the typical safety codes process, so there will be inspectors coming to look at it. And we did speak with Alberta municipalities about having local contractors certified through the program to be able to install in our community.
That's got them all. Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Through the chair to administration, I'm very excited for this program. Being on the Green Municipal Fund Council, we took this on initially, and I'm still getting the stats and all of that from previous SEEP programs from across Canada and how they've been incredibly amazing for those municipalities, especially with the rise of individuals wanting to change over to heat pumps now that there is cold weather heat pumps available. I know that that has made a huge difference in people's houses because like your fees go down significantly when you use those. Same with if you install solar, all of that. This is such a great program for our community because it can start getting people on track for transitioning to cleaner energy and while also reducing their own costs in their properties. So I think that this is an incredible program, and I'm really thankful that you guys have taken it on.
Councillor Elliott.
How did you know my hand was going up?
Your hand was up, and then it went down when you saw me call on Councillor Blatz, and so I called on you now. It's just me being a good chair.
It was his hand, but anyway.
Would you like to speak, Councillor
Yes, I would. Thank you.
So far, I'll still allow it.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of questions through the mayor to administration. On page 2, it says the key stakeholders are residents and businesses, but Sue, you alluded to something that we'd have to do something differently if we wanted to include the businesses? Or did I mishear you?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, there's just a step with Alberta municipalities that we can put out a call to our local contractors who supply these clean energy products to be part of the program and a qualified contractor, because in order to participate in the program, you have to hire a qualified contractor.
Okay. But our businesses can apply to do this as well.
They can, and we're working with them to make sure that that happens.
Okay, and then on page 9, it talks about about the business launch. So that's going to be how you let the rest of the community know? Will our contractors know before the launch so that they are prepared if they all of a sudden get inundated with requests?
That's correct. We work with Alberta municipalities, and they work us through how we get them on board and the training and stuff.
So that would be, and then there will be a plan of notifying the community that this is available to them?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
We also have a press release planned as part of this decision, so as soon as the bylaw is approved, there will be a press release as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. So if administration comes back to us for borrowing, that monies that would borrow would be repaid back by the homeowners who do. So that it's not like that money is gone and is being spent by the city itself. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, it's worked into their property taxes and the repayment.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen?
Through the chair to administration, I'm curious about the timelines. So for example, right now it's being proposed that it will all come from grant funding. And in the event there's not grant funding, then you'd come back for a borrowing bylaw. But prior to coming back to a borrowing bylaw, we've already told the community, yeah, we're launching this project, only to find out that we have locked ourselves into a borrowing bylaw. And that has implications in terms of borrowing limits and all that kind of thing. How do we avoid being in the predicament that if we don't get the grants, we're not hamstrung to a borrowing bylaw?
So if you're applying for FCM funding, they estimate that launch happens up to 1 year after passing the bylaw. And if you're not applying for FCM funding, then launch happens between 4 to 5 months after passing the bylaw.
I think too, through the chair to Councillor
Nielsen.
Nielsen.
I'll introduce myself afterwards.
It's weird sitting in a different chair. I think you're not hamstringed to a borrowing bylaw in any situation, because we would come back to council if it didn't qualify for any of the grants. So there's nothing in the bylaw that says council must approve every application. So we would go through the application process. We would let you know well in advance if we believe it's not going to qualify for a grant and that we would potentially be coming through. We could identify all the different sources, and really, because it's secured, I mean, if you look at the total amount, even in the first year, they're looking at $1.3 million. We have well over that in our potential for borrowing without putting the city at risk. And so if after the first year we realize nobody is eligible for any of these grants and we have to come back to council, we could certainly look at the bylaw and revisit it and put in different parameters if council wanted.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. So with this, the city gets a grant of X amount of dollars. Does that grant then get repaid back? Because if it borrowing, we borrow the money, we're basically fronting the project, and then it's paid back by the homeowners. Explain to me how the grant works then. So then whoever's giving us the grant money, we use those dollars to pay for a renovation. The homeowner then pays back that grant money to whom?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it really depends on what we tap into. So I know previous to the grant that is we've been reviewing right now, there was a 15% grant and the rest was a low interest loan. But the one that we're looking at right now, I believe, is 100%.
Oh, it would be a loan and a grant. Okay. So basically it covers the startup costs of $14,762, and then it's a loan.
So homeowners will be responsible for the debt, whether it's a grant or whether, and the grants are more of it's not traditional dollars that it's more of a loan than actual dollars being given. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to administration, I'm sorry if this is in the report and I missed it. What's the amortization period then for the homeowner?
20 years, up to 20 years.
Up to. So they can pick their poison.
Actually, 25. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the City of Calgary's website.
Yep, no, it says long repayment terms up to 25 years.
It's under 16A.
Yeah, thank you.
Wonder why Calgary's is different. I'll send you the link for Calgary. They've got some videos on, and as an aside, if we move forward on this, I'll send you some videos on, or Calgary's website that has videos on what SEEP is all about. I should have sent it to you earlier, I'm sorry. Anything further? We are looking for first reading of bylaw 2037-23. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council give second reading to bylaw 2037-23.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? I'm also really excited about this coming. I brought this forward when the previous government had it as the PACE program, for us to see this moving forward in our community and seeing what other communities are doing with the SEEP program is pretty exciting. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council give unanimous consent to move to third reading of bylaw 2037-23.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Oh, I'm running out of juice here. I move that City Council gives third and final reading to bylaw 2037-23.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion or comments? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Is there anything about the board rider or by-election update that would be in closed session? Can we get two things done of new business before we break for lunch and then go to closed session this afternoon?
No, I think it might be okay.
Okay. We're going to skip 14 for now, move into 15A, Manlock Board Rider Update and Funding Request.
Good morning, Council. I have a report in front of you today pertaining to the Manlock Board Rider. The purpose of the report is to provide Council with an update on the status of the Board Rider Surf Simulator, as well as to receive some direction and hopefully approval for funding to investigate repair options. So some history on this asset is the Board Rider is a surf simulator located here in Wetaskiwin at the Manlock Centre. The attraction was installed when the facility was built in 2013. From 2014 to 2019, the attraction brought in approximately $10,000 per year in revenue. In 2020, with the COVID-19 pandemic, the board rider was closed, and a few months after the board rider was closed, the holding tank where the turbines were housed was drained. And when the facility reopened without restrictions in early 2022, staff were unable to get the board rider to operate as the turbines to the board rider had ceased. In the fall of 2022, administration arranged from an engineer from Murphy's Waves, this is the company that provided and installed the board rider, to complete an assessment of the unit. Upon inspection, it was confirmed both turbines were firmly seized and the engineer was unsuccessful in getting the unit operational. Additionally, the engineer noted other work that should be completed prior to opening the ride. And we have attached a report titled Board Rider Inspection Report to identify those items, as well as to provide an overall idea of funding, but this does not include the turbines. We have explored options to move forward and to get the unit operational, or to move forward with something different. So option 1 is that council directed administration to have the turbines removed and inspected. We have contacted an Edmonton-based company that is able to remove and inspect the turbines. The cost for removal, transport, and inspection is $11,000. And once they are inspected, the company would then provide a quote on the cost to repair and reinstall the turbines. Repair costs are unknown until the turbines are taken apart. Option number 2 is to direct administration to repurpose the space. The space where the board rider could be repurposed for other uses. In order to explore this option further, administration would need to consult with engineering to determine the requirements to retrofit the space to see what options from a recreation perspective are available to Wetaskiwin. Administration recommends proceeding with removing the turbines and having them inspected. This is option 1 for a total cost of $11,000. Once that inspection is complete, administration would have more detailed information and would bring forward a budget ask during the 2024 budget deliberations if required. And so a big part of why we recommended to proceed with removing the turbines and for the funding to have them inspected and to get that additional information comes down to the uniqueness of the board rider asset in Wetaskiwin. It is one of 4 board riders, flow riders, or whatever they're branded as, that are currently operating in Alberta. It is only one of 2 that are operating currently within the capital region, the other one being located within the World Water Park at the West Edmonton Mall. Due to the uniqueness of this asset, administration has worked cross-departmentally with Recreation Economic Development as well as our Fleet and Facilities Group. And we strongly believe that we have a unique asset here in the community which would provide us with a unique value proposition, thereby providing a unique opportunity to increase tourism and marketing of that board rider in the Maniluk Centre, which would hopefully draw more people to the Maniluk Centre annually, which would hopefully increase revenues. This is similar to the uniqueness of other features in aquatic centres within the capital region. The best one I could think of to demonstrate the example is Millennium Place has a wave simulator, and there are not very many wave simulators available in the capital region, and as a result of that, Sherwood Park and Millennium Place facility draw significant amounts of additional revenue just to the fact that those opportunities aren't accessible at any other aquatic center in the province. So we do have a motion for council to consider today to proceed with option 1 for a total cost of $11,000. Talking about the financial implications, if the turbines are inspected under option 1 and it's determined that they cannot be repaired, the money spent for the inspection would be a loss, and we would be forced to move forward with exploring other options. Option 2 would direct our administration to proceed to determine and explore what else we could do in retrofitting that space. Regardless of option 1 or option 2, administration would put forward an operating business case for the 2024 budget to receive direction from council on what you'd like to do with that space. No legal or risk implications. Under program and service, under option 1, if we do plan to remove the turbines, we have to do it when the facility is closed. And however, this may not be possible due to contractor availability and possible overtime weekend costs. If the removal needs to be done during operating hours, the facility would need to be closed in order to safely remove the turbines. And in the event we went down that path, we would come back to council with approval to do so at a later date once we had more information. From an organizational perspective, if approved and the board rider is operational in the future, facilities, economic development, and recreation will work to ensure that a proper two sides to this. One is that we have a better tourism marketing strategy for the Maniluk Centre, which we would proceed to do with anyways, but that would focus a lot more on the board rider, as well as with our Fleet and Facilities Group specifically to develop a proper preventative maintenance place to help limit ad hoc spending on the asset. We can speak a little bit to annual operating costs and maintenance costs for the asset. In speaking with our Fleet and Facilities manager, total annual operating costs, which include things like the mechanical components such as pumps, motors, and control systems, electrical maintenance and energy costs, facility and board maintenance, not related to those mechanical components, water treatment, as well as staff training and supervision of the unit while in service. So when you take account of all of those pieces, the total cost we estimate to be around $66,000. And when we look at non-operational costs, costs that would need to be taken into consideration to ensure that we have a strong preventative maintenance plan in place, it was really hard to get a sense of the annual costs, or sorry, the 10-year costs, but our manager of fleet and facilities estimated that over a 10-year period, it would range from $30,000 to $300,000, or in other words, additional costs annually of $3,000 to $30,000 annually to account for the upcoming capital replacement. And the manager of fleet and facilities did speak that that number is most realistically on the upper threshold, closer to $300,000 of preventative maintenance over a 10-year spread. So before I conclude the presentation, administration is looking at some direction from council to either have the turbines removed and inspected, or to repurpose the space. In the event, that we do not get the motion to proceed with repairing the turbines, that would essentially conclude the administration's involvement with the board rider, and we would be essentially moving on to different opportunities to promote the Manlick Center to the community as well as the region, and to get some direction from council on what we'd like to do with that space. We do have a representative from Recreation, Economic Development, and as well Fleet and Facilities. If council has any questions, those are the subject matter experts, and I can conclude my presentation and take any questions you might have.
Councillor Nielsen.
Excuse me, thank you. I move the City Council directs administration to proceed with option 1 of the report titled Manlick Board Rider Update and Funding Request, dated June 26th, 2023, and approve $11,000 to complete the board rider inspection to be funded from the Manlick Center Reserve.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Paul, do we know the cost of, I mean, these are 5 years old and seized, what are the costs of replacement in terms of new turbines?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, and I know our manager of fleet and facilities is listening to this discussion. I believe replacement cost of the turbines are $400,000. It's significant. Each. Yeah, with proper maintenance, however, you shouldn't have to replace those turbines, right? So the idea here is to get them moving again, getting them operational without having to replace them. Yeah, and I can confirm, manager of fleet and facilities. So in the event that we receive the funding from council and they say, look, you're going to have to replace it with new turbines, I don't know that our administration would bring that option back to council for consideration. So the $11,000 is to remove those turbines and to get them operational without having to put new turbines in place.
But the potential's there for...
Through to the mayor, the potential is there that the asset is not recoverable, and that we do need to proceed with a different direction. However, because we don't have that information, we do not know that right now. I can note that we are not the only municipality that through the pandemic did exactly the same thing. Our team hasn't checked back with those municipalities to see where they went with it. This is the situation that we're in.
Through the chair to administration. No, I'll withhold this question for another time.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I'm not going to be supporting this motion. I hate the board rider because it's only worked for 5 years, and now and it brings in $10,000 per year in revenue. However, to just get it checked for the propellers is $11,000, and potentially quite a lot more in order to get them repaired. And also, we don't have staff time, and that's kind of the problem, is that we've seen such a decrease in lifeguards. We've been seeing the shutdowns and reopenings of Manlick because of staffing, that I can't imagine that we'd have capacity to have a lifeguard watching the entire time. And so I feel like this is so much work and stress and money, and I can't support this.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I'm in agreement of not moving forward on this. We're looking at potentially $100,000 a year of maintenance on this, cost plus maintenance, about $100,000 per year. And I question whether, as great of a job that I think that our economic development team is doing, that we can bring in that type of revenue with this facility, as well as a capital expense of near upwards to $400,000, that we would be better off to cut our losses and find something different for that space.
Unless it was 2 turbines, which case it's $800,000.
That's way better.
Go ahead, Paul.
Through the mayor, a number of observations, just comments. So it is likely that if we do proceed with directing administration to explore other options, that your cost is going to be significant. So yes, the cost to put a brand new board rider in or to repurpose this over a 10-year spread is significant, but so is the cost of doing alternative pieces. And just to speak to the revenue pieces, yes, previously administration had only been able to bring in about $10,000 per year. We believe that that asset was significantly underutilized, and if we were to explore, if it were to be repaired and we were to explore with a marketing tourism campaign, we would look at other options to essentially focus on bringing more people through the doors of the Manlock and less people, not just focusing on how many people are riding the board rider. And so I do want to note that we do believe that the revenue potential here is significantly greater than $10,000 per year. And as in the last comment around the staffing piece, this would be essentially staffed with a side attendant, similar to that, not a lifeguard. So just wanted to make those pieces.
Through administration, I guess we don't necessarily have to do anything with that space. It could just stay as is. There'd be no expenses to the city as well. If we didn't feel that we wanted to spend X amount of dollars on doing anything with the space that the Wave Rider at this present time, there would be no expenses to the city. Is that fair to say?
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, I believe so. Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to administration. If we were to not support this motion, and I'm speaking hypothetically, and there is a follow-up motion to bring us the costs to look at further items, would we have to wait 6 months then to bring this item back? Right now, to bring this specific motion back. And my question being is right now, yes, I am having problems justifying these costs. If there were, as Mr. Edgington suggested, if we repurpose the space, it's going to be as significant or more significant. I've now am at a point where I'm having a problem making that decision because I don't know what the alternate decision is going to be. Does that make sense? So do we have to wait 6 months if this is defeated?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberle, no, because this is specific to the turbines. But in order to explore other options, unless you gave us specific directions, it could take another 6 months to review what those options are anyways. But if council was to come and say, expand a hot tub or do a spray park or something like that specifically, we could get it back to you quicker. But I know what you're looking at. And we could get around the bylaw in the fact that we could bring different information forward that you could reconsider that.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Just a comment. I'm going to support the motion. We have spent considerable dollars creating this asset or this element within the major asset, and to simply leave it in the format it is and not spend the money speaks to, well, that's Wetaskiwin, that's good enough. And I think that when the facility was first voted on and decided to move forward, it was sold on the basis that it would be something significant for our community. And to find out where we stand at a cost of $11,000, to me is not a big expense. I think if they come back and say, yeah, it's going to cost you $275,000 to refurbish these turbines, then I think it sparks potentially another conversation. But to eliminate the examination of a broken asset is disturbing to me. So I will support spending $11,000, see where we're at, and then make an informed decision following that. Thank you.
And my opinion is that I don't think that we need to be throwing good money after bad. We've had this asset in place since the Manluk Center was opened. I would imagine it was underutilized from the very beginning. I don't think that even if we are able to refurbish it and it only costs us the $11,000, are we going to continue to have an asset that is underutilized, excuse me, or not properly maintained? The report shows that the pumps had been previously inspected and recommended for removal and overhaul, and that wasn't done. So why would we continue to put money into something that we aren't utilizing or maintaining properly and haven't been since the beginning of this board rider at the Manluk Center? I think we have the ability now to move on to something else, or it becomes a clear space for other activities. I don't know, poolside yoga, whatever it happens to be, it doesn't matter. But I don't mean, just because we've had that amenity for a number of years doesn't mean that we need to keep throwing money at it. If it was a failed venture and it wasn't what we thought it was going to be, then it's time to move on and figure something else out. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to administration. How did the board rider get to such a state? Was it just because it was left full of water during COVID, or was it lack of preventive maintenance? What caused it to get to this state?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, essentially by directing staff to drain the holding tanks where the turbines are during the COVID pandemic, it caused, my understanding is it caused those turbines to rust up and seize a little bit, and as a result we can't get them going again. And the only way to get them going again is to remove them, have them refurbished and popped back in. We don't know the total extent of that yet, because we don't know exactly until they're removed what we're dealing with. But that's essentially, if we could go back in time, I think the correct thing would have been to keep the water in those holding tanks and then run them periodically. But again, we haven't connected with other municipalities that did that, so we can't. We don't know.
Okay, just a couple of other questions, Mr. Mayor. How much money is in the recreation reserve? Just ballpark.
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, I don't have that information on me at this point in time. I know our reserves are something we're talking about.
Okay, and I'm sorry I didn't ask that question earlier, but it just came up when I was looking through this again. Cal, would you have any idea? Okay. When this was installed, it cost $1 million to put the board rider in, and we were promised that there would be board rider competitions, that there was a pro circuit. The pro circuit would be stopping in Wetaskiwin. We would be able to get people from all over central Alberta, especially. We did have some groups come down from Edmonton originally, and they came down and had a great time. But I'm really in a quandary as to whether we should continue with this or not. Would it be reasonable to ask Vern a question? Okay. Vern, this was not marketed properly, and we all know that. Would you, in your wisdom as an economic development person, would you have any idea of what we might be able to do with this?
Yes. Whenever we're looking at recreation assets, we recognize, particularly when you're running an aquatic center, that you're probably going to be running at a loss at a municipal level, and that's for any size of community. As we started to look through this process, we weren't just looking at the direct revenue opportunities and usage. We were also looking at what other programs have we introduced within the community that help to support this. So looking at our recently introduced sponsorship and naming rights program as well, we have made some
Not having. Like, to me, I'm sorry. To me, voting this down basically says, I am eliminating the board rider in our facility, period. Something else will replace it, or it will simply sit there. That's how I've interpreted this motion. And yet we don't have any costs associated with what it would cost as part of all the options that might be out there. And I'm not opposed to looking at other options. I'm just opposed to throwing it out and not having it as an option. How do you balance that? Anybody?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen. So without the funding to take the turbines out and have them diagnosed and then determine the extent of the repairs required, we are unable to provide a full cost of what it would take to, as an alternative for that space. And so it would be difficult to compare whatever else we were to bring forward, option A, B, and C, because we don't have that information. And so as you folks move forward, if we were to submit if we were directed to submit an operating business case for 2024 that explored other options, we still have the asset, we still would require the funding, and so at that point in time, hypothetically, council could direct administration to go ahead and, if the B and C over here weren't, they all came back at $10 million a pop, and that you wanted to explore this again, you could always direct us to do that. But if we don't receive the $11,000 and direction to do that, essentially we wouldn't bring in any more reports on the board rider. We would essentially look for direction from council on how to repurpose the space.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment. The thing about the board rider is it's available year-round, and it's also an alternate activity for those who don't play hockey and things. Those who ski or snowboard, a lot of them were using it, and it's also for the younger people, the teens especially, when it was operational and when it was operational on a continuous basis, they were using it, and they were having a lot of fun with it. And it is a great winter activity and keeps people in shape for snowboarding and things. So I still would like to see what we can do with this and with Vern as developing things economically in our community. I think this would be an asset that he might be able to market to other communities and make it a worthwhile endeavor. Thank you.
And see, for me, it was an asset that was in place before that at $10,000 a year, and I know that the pool's not open every day, but that was $27.40.
In my opinion, we'd be throwing $11,000 away. I just don't see how at a cost of a year of close to $100,000, let alone the capital expense. I get it that we could bring in some people, organizations from out of town, but as Vern had said, recreational facilities don't run at a loss. And would we be better off to spend that capital cost on something else if we chose to do so, to bring in, to benefit more people in the community than just the snowboarders and the people that like to go wave riding? I just don't see how it's possible that we can grow from $10,000 in revenue. I mean, all the things of why they couldn't use it will still hold true today. I mean, as far as staffing and all those other concerns of why it wasn't open the same hours of Manluck will still be going carried forward tomorrow or once it's fixed. So for that reason, I just think that we would be throwing good money after bad. I don't know if our market is big enough for such an expensive item.
Yep. Anything further? Anything new, I should say? Go ahead.
Thank you. I sort of liken that argument, though, to maintaining walking trails. Let's add up how many people walk on the trails, divide it by the cost of putting the trails in, dividing it by its lifespan, and determining whether we should make an expenditure for trails, and then say to the public, there's going to be limited trails in their community because we just don't see the cost effectiveness or the cost value for those trails. And I've heard from 3 people today representing the city saying there is an interest, there's a way to market it, there's a way to make it better than it was before, depending on the costs of resurrecting it. And I'm not at all saying just because we spend $11,000, we're jumping into spending $400,000 or $800,000. But perhaps we spend $11,000 and find that we can repair those machines for $50,000. Who knows? And is $50,000 too much? I don't know. I just think we're cutting off looking at all the options. I stand down.
Ready for the question, approving $11,000 to investigate the turbines at the Manluck Center. Board rider, those in favor? Opposed? Defeated? I have one thing we didn't add, or I wanted to add transit to new business, so I'm going to look for approval to add transit as 15G. 15G. Based on our 2 presentations this morning from administration and the society. Those in favor? Carried. We are going to break for lunch until 1:15, where we will reconvene. That was by design. Welcome back. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Nielsen, those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right. New business. 15B. By-election update in 37 seconds or less.
Oh, God. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. The only thing that we're looking for right now is input on the, see, this is what happens. The advance poll, thank you. We have suggested August 12th as the advance poll between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. at the Memorial Arts Center. We chose this date just because it was the same thing we did at the last election. We chose the Saturday before the election. Administration would be open to any other options that council wants to consider. And the only other thing is in the report, we have talked about the institutional votes. If council wanted to change that, you could also change that, but currently we're just looking for the motion to approve advance voting.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that City Council directs administration to hold the advance voting for the by-election on August 12th, 2023, between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. at the Memorial Arts Center, and the institutional voting at various locations noted in the report.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 15C, notice of motion in terms of reference for a regional recreation board.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that City Council directs administration to develop a terms of reference for a regional recreation board.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? Would you like to speak to that at all, Councillor Elliott?
Not if I only had 17 seconds, no.
27.
Oh, well, you got me last time because I apologize. So, yes.
Time's up.
Mr. Mayor, we had, many years ago, we had a Recreation and Culture Board, and then it somehow did not exist. It ceased to exist, and then we came back with another Recreation Board, and it ceased to exist. So I would really like to see that we have one with all the facilities that we have in our community and all the different recreation programs that we have in our community. I'd just really like to see us have some advisory group that helps City Council.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, advises City Council or advises administration? Because to me, there's a difference there. So what would this
Advises City Council through administration.
Okay.
I would assume, come and present to council as well? Assuming you make it on the board.
In the past, the chair of the rec board came and discussed things, and then whether administration took it or it was just received as information, but they usually came to council and advised.
Good, yeah, because then it could still be a direction through council.
Correct.
As long as we're getting that information.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? Yeah, go ahead.
When would you like it brought back to council?
Thank you, good catch.
Could we look at the first meeting in October? I think it's the 11th.
'11th sounds like a Thanksgiving, but okay.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thanks, Juanita, for also voting.
It is the 10th, Sue, it is the 10th.
Pardon? Is it?
It is the 10th. The 9th is the Monday, and that's Thanksgiving.
I thought you were voting. It was such a good motion, you got involved.
Will you be here, Juanita?
Can't vote then.
Item 15D, I had added a request to second Grand Prairie's resolution to seek provincial funding for the MFR program. We do partake in the MFR program. We aren't paid well enough, is probably a good way to put it, to do it. Other municipalities are in the same boat. They provide the service. They may or may not get funding from the province. It certainly doesn't offset the cost to the municipality to provide the MFR service for that municipality, who is then subsidizing AHS and their EMS service. So I'm looking to support Grand Prairie's resolution at Alberta Municipalities Convention in September, where we will second that and speak in favor of it. So do you have a motion? Did you make one up?
I would move that we be prepared to second Grand Prairie's motion.
We're not prepared. We're doing it like we would let them know.
I
They have
would
to
move
let
that we second Grand Prairie's motion at the Alberta Munis Conference in September.
You don't have to say it to speak to it, just that we're seconding it. Motion to second Grand Prairie's motion to support the provincial funding for medical first response. Yep. Period. Yep. And then period after response. Perfect. Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? We made a similar resolution a few years ago that obviously didn't get any traction, so we will try again. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 15E, FCSS additional funding. Ms. Howard. Mr. Edginton.
Good afternoon, Council. In April of 2023, the Government of Alberta advised that Budget 2023 included a $5 million increase to the FCSS program. As a result, the provincial funding provided to all FCSS programs across the province will increase by 4.5%. The increase is retroactive to April 1st, 2023, and per the FCSS Act and Regulation, the minimum municipal contribution will also increase by 4.5%. So for Wetaskiwin, our funding from the Government of Alberta before the 4.5% increase totaled $337,163. That's the Government of Alberta portion of the grant. That was 80%. Plus our municipal contribution was $84,291. That's 20% of the overall funding for a total funding of $421,454. So the 4.5% increase is retroactive to April 2023. Therefore, the increase prorated for 2023 will provide a funding from the Government of Alberta in 2023 of $348,542 plus a required municipal contribution of $87,136. This represents a budget increase in 2023 of $2,844.81. Administration is seeking Council's approval of this increase to the municipal contribution in 2023, as it was not originally budgeted for. If Council approves this increase to the municipal contribution, Administration will increase the municipal contributions for 2024 and 2025 as part of the 2024 budgeting process. In speaking with the CAO, we do understand that coming to Council for approval of $2,844.81 may sound trivial. We do not have authority to go ahead and sign that amendment with the government unless this is approved by Council. So in the forward, I've got two motions. One is to that City Council support the proposed amendment to the City's FCSS grant funding and approve an increase of $2,844.81 to the City's municipal contribution, and that the funding be taken from the stabilization reserve. And the second motion is that City Council direct Administration to bring the budget accountability policy for revision and approval by the end of Q4 2023, so that we're able to make these decisions at the administrative level moving forward. So with that, I can answer any questions Council might have.
Go ahead. Councillor Aberley.
I will make the motion that Juanita just took away. I move that City Council support the proposed amendment to the City's FCSS grant funding and approve an increase of $2,844.81 to the City's municipal contribution, and that the funding be taken from the stabilization reserve.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Part B. Councillor Aberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council direct administration to bring the budget accountability policy for revision and approval by the end of Q4 2023.
Moved by Councillor Aberle. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 15G, we had two presentations this morning, one from administration, one from a community group regarding our Wetaskiwin transit. They are looking for the donation of the 3 buses and bridge funding of $200,000. I would like to support them taking the service on and have a discussion about what that looks like in terms of a city contribution. So I'm not ready to make a motion without having a discussion on what that looks like. In my mind, the breakdown of what the service cost at $317,000. We've got 6 months left in the service. I'm not sure that I'm willing to give $200,000 to finish out the year, and I'm also not willing to write a check for whatever that amount looks like for them to manage. I think that we would provide bridge funding to operate the service as needed up to a certain amount, whatever council decides. But I do support donating the buses to the service to continue that Handi-Van service in Wetaskiwin. So I'll open it up to the floor. Councillor Nielsen.
I totally agree with that position, and I would see us potentially funding on a monthly basis, because in the presentation they said if there was any unspent money they would turn it over to the other agency, and that suggests to me that they don't necessarily foresee spending all that money, and I don't believe that we're really trying to fund the third party, and so I would be in agreement to turn over assets, but I'd also be prepared to turn over some financial contributions on a monthly or twice monthly basis.
Okay. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Nielsen on the monthly funding based on receipts. I am wary to give them the buses right now. I think that we should either lease them for $1 or allow them to run the buses till the end of December of this year, and then we'll see how they're operating, and then if things are going well, then I think we could donate the buses, but I don't think we should give them away just yet in case something happens.
Point taken. That's a good point. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, that was going to be my suggestion as well, because sounds like WDACS is going to be taking it on, but then handing it over. Like I say, my suggestion was going to be leasing our buses to them for the next 6 months. The dollar amount, I concur with Councilor Nielsen. They are projecting a surplus of some form because they talked about transferring the assets. Now, maybe that was just the buses, I don't know. But yeah, they talked about $131,000 for manpower and things like that, and I think that it was probably best that it is monthly and just come to an amount, and then from there that we could pay for that. Having said that, I certainly do appreciate what they've done and what they want to do. I certainly want to thank them for that, and obviously they see a need in our community for this service. So I also don't want to tie their hands on this either.
Councillor Aberle.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I am in agreement with everything that has been said. I would like to sorry, punchy now. If we're leasing the vehicles with the understanding that should a vehicle break down, who is responsible for maintenance as we continue, because they would still be our property?
I would say whether we gave them the buses or not, if we're providing bridge funding, that comes as a receipt to the city to help
That would come back,
continue
Kate.
the service. Yeah, so I think the idea that whether we lease it, I think leasing is a better option, even for $1 for the 6 months to then evaluate what that service is doing and what it looks like moving forward. If we're providing bridge funding, I think that if a bus breaks down or it gets a flat tire, the city's getting a bill for a flat tire and we're covering that expense anyways.
Perfect. And then with the monthly, can we put a dollar amount on that? And I don't know what that would be, because at that point, they could be at this point. What I worried from the report is that they were underestimating what costs could be. And so then if we're getting, in July, they send us a bill for $20,000, because that's what the actual costs would be, or they only send us a bill for $2,000. If you leave it wide open, that's hard for WDACS to decide what they're going to have by the end of the year. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? Because right now, the way I'm seeing it is that we're not giving them direction as to how much money they may or may not get from us as bridge funding over the next 6 months, if we're asking for a monthly total. And I could be not understanding.
Not sure if I'm following.
My
but-
understanding is that we're going to cover their expenses. So they will turn in receipts for their expenditures.
Are you saying
And then
you
we will
want
write
maximum?
and we will write a check at the end of the month to cover those expenses.
What about the revenue?
And see, that, to me, that's, so if we based $317,000 as a yearly operating cost and divide that by 2 and add a little bit to it for a cushion, I would say we are prepared, I'm prepared in my motion that I would say we will offer $170,000 for the next 6 months for bridge funding to offset those costs incurred over the next 6 months, up to 170, not 170. So if we get a receipt for July and it's $12,000, then we get a receipt or a bill for August and it's $6,000, whatever that happens to be. So the revenues are obviously offsetting their expenses, and we're just providing that funding until the end of the year to make sure that the service is viable and able to operate while they get their footing and can establish those sources of revenue for themselves in terms of grant funding, donation, whatever it happens to be.
So, through the chair, if their expenses for the month were $15,000, but in your idea, how do we then take into account any revenue?
Because the expenses would be
Is it
after
net?
the revenue. So after the rides had been sold, tickets have been sold, however they're operating.
Has that kind of discussion been, because it's 11:59, you might say.
Yep.
Has that discussion, I guess my question to administration is that type of discussion been had?
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, no. The conversation was really at a higher level around transitioning the service to another organization. And in regards to the framing that administration had provided, we weren't providing any direction from council on what we wanted to see, and so we were very open-ended with it. And that group of the consortium, if you will, has put together this proposal for council's consideration that they presented on via delegation. There wasn't any more discussions previously.
And I guess if it does go over the 170 or whatever dollar amount that you...
Whatever the number council decides on.
Yes, that's
Yep.
right. It could come back to council for more dollars if needed. I guess my concern then also would be how they will take not having to lease the assets as opposed to gifted, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm okay with that in the general, is that this is where we're sitting now. If the nonprofit society does not come forward to continue with the assets, then that becomes a different discussion as to what we continue to do with the assets. We're not trying at this point to make money, but we're also, maybe a different group comes forward if this one fails, and we're maintaining those buses as quote unquote our property for the intent that somebody does use them for Handi-Van services. So I'm okay with that.
What would administration's thought on that be? Leasing for $1 for the remainder of the year until, so I think council is saying that if it doesn't work out, they decide they don't want to provide that service anymore, while we've now gifted buses to an organization. What then happens after that? There's a for sale sign on it, and they're then taking the revenue from the sale of those buses that we gifted them?
Yeah, to the mayor, so to your point, so with the leasing strategy, the city of Wetaskiwin would have those assets under their control, which to a number of the points brought up already, that there could pose some benefit if the society is not able to find a sustainable model that works for them, then we have control of those assets, and that is the risk, is that if council was to donate the assets in kind and the society went belly up, then it would not be the city of Wetaskiwin that's able to liquidate those assets or what have you. It would be WDACS, or it would be another society. And so another perspective to look at as well, if the lease is for $1 or a very minimal amount of money, it shouldn't be a financial barrier in regards to getting it up and running. But that being said, the coalition hasn't heard from any of that, so I imagine they've got opinions, but I can't speak for them.
And that's fine. I mean, council is countering the offer of them providing the service. So if that's not what they're willing to do, and council doesn't have a level of comfort to gift buses without the assurance that this service is going to continue on beyond January 1st, 2024, then we're at an impasse, and we go back to council has decided to not provide transit after June 30th, 2023. So that's, council has to be comfortable in the assets and the gifting and however that looks moving forward. The bridge funding that they may or may not provide moving forward, to have that service still operating within the city of Wetaskiwin. And if that's the negotiation that has to happen over the next 4 days, then so be it. But council also has to have that level of comfort in terms of what that service looks like and protecting our assets.
Mr. Mayor, I think Juanita has some draft motions that speak to both.
Is there anything further in terms of discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I worry about providing some, we talked about them submitting invoices for the expense. I also wonder if, given the kind of conversation we had earlier today, that there isn't a need to provide some seed money for the organization as well, and to at least sort of in good faith and in support of what they're trying to do, put some cash in their bank account so they can move forward. At the end of the year, it would be reconciled anyway, because the last month would also take into account that we front-ended the money at the beginning.
Councillor Blatz.
Councillor Nielsen was actually speaking to what I was going to speak to. I feel like, unfortunately, like, this organization has not had very much time to get together all of what they've been thinking, what their business plan is, what they want to do moving forward, what their vision is. Like, they've had to come together and put this all together in a matter of a few months, and it's something that they didn't even have on their radar a year ago. So I think that there needs to be a little bit of grace for this organization, especially because they do feel like this is so important that they want to take this on as quickly as possible, and they know how urgent this is. And so for me, like, I feel comfortable giving them the grant because of the fact that, yeah, they're going to need a little bit of money in the beginning, because doing fundraising for that sum of money per year is going to be really hard, especially because, once again, this wasn't even on their radar a few months ago. So to me, I think that in good faith, it's good to give a little bit of seed money.
Does somebody want to make that motion and include seed money if that's the will of council? Go ahead, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I just, at this point, I don't know the name of the actual society. So it's not WDACS that we're trying to give the money to. I would, so I am 1,000,000% in favor of supporting the revised nonprofit. I do not know
Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition.
it's going to stay under that, and then just make sure that that is the seed money going to them to restart, but then I would just be pulling a number out of the air.
And that's fine.
Okay.
Councillor Blatz.
I'll make the motion with the
Perfect.
seed money. Yeah.
Do you want to just make it, no motion is on the floor, so you can
Yeah.
include it in the overall motion.
Okay. I move that City Council, how would I want to word this? I move that City Council approves funding for the Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition. Would I just, do I have to say seed money, or could I just say for the 200,000?
You can say for whatever you want.
Okay,
It's your motion.
Okay. I move that City Council approves funding for Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition for the amount of $200,000 to be funded from the contingency reserve for the transit operations.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I would like to, unfortunately, Gabby, make an amendment, because at this point, I don't know how WDACS would get that money before the Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition is up and running. So I believe we need to make a motion to give WDACS money and then make a second motion for the Wetaskiwin Transit Corporation to let them know that seed money is there, because they would not have a bank account yet. And maybe that is something we do at a different date.
I don't know that you do it at a different date. If you're going to provide funding for a service, they probably want some assurance that the funding is going to be there.
Okay.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I disagree with the $200,000. Half of what we would be spending if we were there would be, as you said, about $160,000 to $170,000. Divided that by 6 months, that's about $30,000, $25,000 to $30,000 a month. And I think that they should be turning in their receipts, a financial statement of what they make and what they expend every month, and then we can give them $30,000 to start with if they need it. But they know that they already have it, so they can go out and spend it regardless. But I don't want to see it $200,000, because I think if we give them $200,000, they'll spend $200,000. And I really think that we should be having them come in on a monthly basis and say, this is what we spent last month, and here's our receipts. Here's what we took in revenue, and we'd like a check from the city for X number of dollars.
Paul?
Just to clarify, the expenses in 2022 to run Wetaskiwin Transit, or the handy bus, was $412,000.
Yes.
So with 80-some thousand revenue, right, it offsets to an annual loss of $327,000. So my understanding of the reason for the 6-month bridge grant of $200,000 was that it was essentially half of what the annual expenses were to run transit. So I think I've heard a number of expenses that are a little lower than what it actually was. So I just wanted to note that annual expenses were $412,000.
Yeah, I have that before me. Thank you.
And I'm eternally grateful that we have an agency that is going to take over the service, but I'm not in favor of handing over a check for $200,000 to operate the service for the next 6 months. I'm more than willing to work with the organization, having some seed money there initially, and then providing bridge funding for the next 6 months to make sure that they're operational and to be able to provide that service. So a flat $200,000 I can't support. I would support up to $170,000 after seed money had been given, and then a monthly allocation based on their needs. If it's $417,000 to operate the service, not including what they would receive in revenue, at $327,000, that's more in line of where I would support that financially, to make sure that they had the next 6 months to be able to develop a plan to make that service operational. So I will not support the motion as it is written, but certainly do support providing bridge funding and looking long-term in terms of assets being donated to the organization.
May we see the motion that's on the floor, please? So you're looking for an amendment? I would like to make an amendment then.
Sure. I'm not looking for an amendment. I'm just saying I don't support it as it's
Understood.
written. Yeah.
I would like to change the amount of $200,000 to $170,000.
Yeah, he's making an amendment.
Could you say up to?
Did I not? I'm sorry. Up to? Well, I'm going to leave that for now, right now, I think, Juanita. No, I'll leave it in for now. Yeah, and just change the 200,000 to 170 with up to in front of that. And following the 170, I would like to also add with $300,000, sorry, $30,000 provided from the provided in advance from the 170,000. And I'll leave it there and let other people amend it as necessary. In other words, for me, what I'm saying is we'll give you up to 170,000, but we're going to take the first 30,000 seed money and give it to you up front, leaving a remainder of 140 to draw on.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. So you're saying we're going to cut them a check for 30,000, then have 140 remaining. How are you, within this, are you giving direction to administration of how that money is to be divvied? Is it a one-time check of 140? And I guess it can't be if it's up to. So how does administration give this new organization that remaining dollars?
That's a fair comment. And I guess somewhere in there I would indicate that I would, they're amending it right now as we're talking. And whatever they were discussing is probably on the table too.
Backroom deals.
Backdoor deals.
You couldn't tell us that?
Would you like to make an amendment to my amendment?
I'm right here.
I'm going to sound really smart.
Turn on your mic if you
Oh,
want to
I'm
sound
looking
smart.
forward to this.
Everybody leans forward, eh?
I've been waiting 2 years for, I've known you longer.
I would like to make an amendment to the amendment?
No.
Or are we still
We're on
questioning?
an amendment right now. You'll have to wait to sound smart.
Oh, darn it.
So to the amendment. You can speak to the amendment on whether you agree or disagree with.
I actually don't believe that what was written was Gabby's motion. Sorry, Councillor Blatz's motion.
It's not, it's an amendment.
It's an amendment. She put a motion forward and I changed it. It's an amendment.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I know, it's weird, right?
Yeah.
Where's the sounding smart?
Well, we're still waiting for the clock to tick here. So.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. To the amendment.
Please.
Do we need to also talk about the assets?
Nope.
None of
That we're going to do that separately?
That's a separate motion.
Fair enough, thank you.
Can I add to this?
Sure.
So he can amend it, but I'm joking.
I was looking at you, waiting for you to,
I asked if I could amend the amendment.
you can't amend an amendment,
speak.
but you can speak in favor, or it's his amendment.
But I've got the floor now, so hang
I'm
on.
just going one feet.
So at the very end of that, Juanita, where it says to be funded for contingency reserve for the transit operation, with funds being accessed, by receipted expenditure minus revenue. And I need to put another word in there, I'm sorry. So in front of following accessed, so being accessed monthly, and I'm sorry, that's so clunky.
And I'm going to ask Juanita or Sue for procedurally, the entire motion has been rewritten. So is that then an amendment to that motion, or should that first motion be defeated and then a subsequent motion happen? I think that's, I think it's gotten way outside of what the original motion's intention was.
Don't delete it.
It's not like your screen where you have whiteout on it.
Oh, that was quite a snort.
Okay. I would like to go back to Councillor Blatz's original motion, please. Okay, to this motion. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Councillor Nielsen.
Have I been erased yet?
Nope.
Then you're hoping it was close. I'll leave it there, and like I say, I think it's rather clunky, but to me, that's what we're trying to get at.
Councillor Aberley, would you like to make an amendment?
I would like to make an amendment to the motion.
Okay.
Oh, no. Sorry? I haven't turned them up that high. Perfect. Approves funding in care of WDACS for the Wetaskiwin Transportation Corporation. That we're giving it to WDACS now in care of the coalition because they wouldn't have the cash. Not the cash, the bank account. Or the cash. So it would be, I move that City Council, Juanita, approves funding to WDACS in care of the Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition. Yeah. For the amount of this. The rest of it I'm happy with.
Okay. She is. That's good.
How that reads now, Juanita, is exactly what I was thinking. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, how are we sitting in our contingency reserve, and does this put us in a tough spot? This was not a budgeted thing last fall.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I don't have the exact numbers, but the last time we had this come up at a recent council meeting, there was still, I believe, well over 400,000 even after those other decisions were made.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
I have a friendly amendment.
There's no friendly amendments, it's just an amendment.
No, it's friendly. So it's, I just want to move the wording because, yeah, I want to try and change the clunkiness of it because like where it says the contingency reserve for transit operations, I think the with funds being accessed monthly by receipt of expenditure minus revenue should be behind the first part where it says for the amount of up to 170,000. That way it's like smooth with what the 170,000 is to be accessed by.
Is there any issue with not understanding what's being funded and for how much and when?
Sorry, repeat your question.
Is there any issue with the way that the motion reads right now of what's being funded for how much and from where?
In my mind, it's confusing. But to other people, it might not be confusing. I've been here for 8 hours.
Does administration understand where and what the funding is being used for and from?
Through the mayor to council, my understanding is that we would receive monthly invoices from WDACS or Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition for all net expenses, and then we would compensate them for that, making sure that we never go above $170,000, including the $30,000 advance.
Okay. Good? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but to be clear, the $30,000 advance is for the first month's operation.
Yeah, the whole thing is up to $170,000.
But we're giving them $30,000 in advance, and that would be for the first month, not $30,000, and then they start giving us monthly statements after that.
Right.
Okay.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I think we need to have a motion brought forward about the assets.
But we need to vote. Mine was an amendment.
What's that?
Now we need to.
We need
Oh,
what?
there is, okay.
We need to go back to the original motion now, because we just voted on the amendment.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. So
Every
we
time I
approved the
speak.
amendment, now we need the motion on the floor. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
No.
No. Yeah, the amendment was approved, and now we just need the full motion that you already said we approved, because that's what my understanding. So the amendment was approved, which Councillor Aberley had proposed, but I had passed that as the entire motion, not the amendment. So you've got the motion passed already, you just need to pass the amendment.
That one.
We voted on the amendment. Yeah, so now just the entire motion as a whole. Which is the whole thing that you have? No.
No.
You have the amendment incorporated into the original motion, so the whole motion is with the amendment that we just approved.
That one.
Correct. Okay. Any further discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now Part B, dealing with assets.
I move that City Council approves the lease of all transit assets for the amount of $1 to Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition that will continue to be maintained by this maintained by the city for the remainder of 2023. Is that saying the maintained? I don't know if that's. Yeah, well, what I'm trying to, does that mean that maintenance then would be on us plus the 170?
No, I think the maintenance part or being maintained by the city can come out. They're going to operate the bus service. Part of the receipts that we're going to be seeing would be the maintenance happening on those buses.
Correct.
Which will be included in that $170,000 a year.
But not serviced by the city.
Correct.
Yeah, so,
So
yes.
take maintained out, yeah.
Correct, yes. That will be
Just
that will,
everything after coalition is deleted.
for the remainder of 2023, yes. The city council is.
Do we need to speak about the intention of the assets being what happens after 2023?
I guess that then.
Yeah, what?
Sorry, through the chair to council, we have a separate policy for that, so at the end of the year, we would bring it back and we would dispose of the assets.
Which then, as long as the service is still being provided?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We will assume that the vehicles, the 3 vehicles, will be in A1 running order when they are given over, transferred, thank you, to the coalition. If we turn it over and then 3 weeks later they break down, that doesn't really make us look very good.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, we will look at them before they get turned over and ensure that they have all the maintenance records. And I don't know that they would be A1, and I believe they only asked for 2.
We said 3.
Through the mayor to the CAO, in their
concluding remarks,
there's 3 vehicles. The 2000s, yeah, 3 vehicles in total.
Yeah, and some of them are older though, so we can't guarantee that they're not going to break down at any point in the future.
Okay.
But we will get our mechanic to look at them and make sure they're in good working order.
Okay,
And
thank you.
We're not selling them the buses. We're leasing them for $1. It's not like they've got a used warranty on them for the next 6 years.
No, but if I was going to lease a car from a company, I would expect that it would be in running order when I took it off the lot.
Would you, if they were giving you $170,000 to operate the service that included maintenance and upkeep on those buses?
I would still like to be able to drive it off the lot.
I assure you, you'll be able to drive it off the lot. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I'm just, through the chair to Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, but did they not mention that they could be setting up so are we giving it to the Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition, or are we giving it to WDAC in care of, same as the other one? Because they mentioned that while they don't have the coalition in place, it could be in place prior to the end of 2023.
Through the mayor, Councillor Nielsen, so the society is not yet set up or established, and so their ask was that WDACS is overseeing those assets and the program until the society is set up, and then once the society is set up, then WDACS would transfer the operations to the society.
So I wonder if we don't need to make an amendment instead of reading to the remainder of 2023, have it read until the establishment of the coalition. Well, we're giving them to WDACS. Are we not? They're going to be running the bus service until the coalition is up and operational. But she said it could be prior to 2023. And this is giving the assets to the Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition.
Go ahead.
To the mayor, in your previous motion, you had identified WDACS, and then you had also mentioned the Transit Society, so that you were transferring it to WDACS, but for the purpose of. So you might want to utilize the language from the previous motion again to help with this one.
So then I would like to make an amendment. Did you write it down somewhere?
I did. We transfer it to them.
Trying to carry on here. Oh, no, she's carrying it over, I think. Oh, okay. So the amendment would read, I move that City Council approves the lease of all three transit assets for $1 to WDACS in care of the Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition. I would take that out for now. But they could potentially be giving the assets prior to 2023. Oh, no, that's okay. No, it could stay as until the end of 2023, because they can give the assets, it still would end. We'd then lease it to Transportation Coalition after that, or give the assets.
To the amendment, anything further? Go ahead.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott had some concerns about maintenance on these vehicles. The presentation this morning, they had budgeted $18,000 for maintenance, that knowing that there will be some expenses. So, and once again, we are paying that way for that 18, up to
170.
Up to 170. So,
access monthly.
Anything further to the amendment? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Back to the original motion. Any further discussion? Can I have you sit on your hands as well, please? Motion is to lease all three transit assets for $1 to Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition for the remainder of 2023, including Councillor Nielsen's amendment. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. That's it. Meeting adjourned. 16:19.